Good evening. Hello, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the July 18th meeting. Before we get into too much business, I failed to thank Marge Salinger in our last meeting for all her volunteerism for the time she was an alternate. She had a job change and has to move to Boston, so my hat's off to Marge for helping us out for so long. In her stead, we can welcome tonight Bennett Brissett, the last gentleman to my right, to your left, who will be joining us as our new alternate. Therefore, that out of the way, minutes for number 1729, 620.
Mr. Chairman, I propose that the minutes be approved as written and submitted for number 1729 for June 20th, 2023.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Chuck. All those, or discussion? Any further discussion on the minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
And then I'm also remiss in not.
Mr.
Wait a minute,
Chairman.
hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I should announce who's seated tonight.
Oh, okay.
I failed to do that. So we have Ryan Deasy, Chuck Sheehan, myself, Ben Philbrick, Gary Belkey is now a regular member, and Lynn Young with our alternates, Andy Meek and Bennett Brissett. Now the next 7 minutes, please.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion to approve minutes number 1730 from June 28th, 2023 as written and submitted.
Thank
Second.
you, Ryan. Thank you, Chuck. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Terrific. Moving right along to number 5B, number 1, if that's right with you, Clifton. There's no other staff correspondence. There was a lawsuit with the Mason Zion Company and the town of Stonington, and there has been an agreement to move forward with that, and it's on July 27th at 2 p.m. to accept our stipulation. If anybody in the public would like to attend, please feel free to do so. Next big item for us tonight is the mill at the Marina. Are you ready, Mr. Kepple?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Come on up. Thank you.
I'm going to speak from the podium, and this is our only microphone, so from time to time, we will move it over there as people provide information to the commission. So let me start by saying good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the Stonington Planning and Zoning Commission. My name's Mark Kepple. I'm an attorney in Stonington with offices at 804 Stonington Road. I'm here representing Lee Properties, a Massachusetts company who has gained ownership interest in the historic treadmill. The president and founder, Jonathan Cousins, seated to my left, is here tonight, and his company is actively completing historic mill restoration projects in both Haverhill and Attleboro. So in a very real sense, this is not his first rodeo at renovating, restoring, and remediating historic mills. He has assembled an experienced and talented team of professionals with a proven expertise in this particular area of historic mill restoration. Please let me say at the outset how much we appreciate the opportunity to present our vision in this workshop setting. We will welcome the opportunity, we do welcome the opportunity to meet in a workshop setting. The remediation of the site and the restoration of the structure present huge and complex challenges, which we want to share with the commission tonight in explaining the process going forward. Indeed, it is a huge undertaking, but unlike any application that has been presented before you in recent memory, this application is a validation of a partnership between the applicant and the town of Stonington. We cannot achieve this goal alone, nor, to be frank, can the town of Stonington alone save this deteriorating structure. There is an urgency to this task as the building's continued deterioration jeopardizes the viability of the project at large. And that is why we are trying to proceed with such expediency. The building is damaged to such a degree that a failure to make the building weather tight before the onset of winter will in and of itself jeopardize the viability of the project. So my client, recognizing that, has taken steps with the town to quickly try to assemble work and put the building together so it is weather tight. It will take approximately 3 years of construction, but the key is to get the building weather tight. For most of the last calendar year, Mr. Cousins has met with his staff and the town to determine the viability of this project. In doing so, it was immediately recognized that the history of the building, not just the historical history, which this young lady has a vast knowledge of, but just the state of the building and how it came to be, needs to be explained. And in doing so, we have to recognize that if you're familiar with the property, it creates an incredible dichotomy. You stand in front of it, and there's a beautifully restored half of the building attached to a dilapidated building that's falling down. And it's like, how could this come to pass? How could this happen that one part of the building would be approved, would go through all of the remediation, et cetera, and be occupied, and the other left to fall apart, really? So what my client did is in April, he acquired an ownership interest in the property. He had worked from that point forward with the town to get the necessary permits, to make the building safe, to reimburse the town for any costs that they had incurred, and protecting the public from this deteriorating building. And so now we're at a point where we are moving forward with our partner, the town of Stonington. The site presents really a number of challenges. First of all, it's falling down. The site presents many challenges, the least of which is the condition of the building. But then again, there is the process of dealing with a brownfield. And so in dealing with the brownfield, we do indeed have to seek the approval of the commission, but we also have to comply with state, federal, EPA, DEP policies. And we have people who have direct knowledge and experience with brownfields, and they are processing, the information that's needed. Right now, we don't know exactly what pollutants are on the site, but the town, and this is really underscoring the validity of the partnership, the town has applied for and received an environmental assessment grant. That will give us an opportunity to see exactly what is on the site and also to get some indication of where it may have to be removed from. This is only step one in our partnership. The town will invariably apply a second or third time for grants in order to, once they identify what the pollutants and contaminants are, have a plan of remediation to take those respective contaminants to New Hampshire, Ohio, or wherever. It's not something we can obviously take to the Stonington landfill. So that is one task, to deal with the brownfield. The second task is that in order to be able to fund this kind of work, the applicant has to apply for and comply for federal and state historical tax credits. So there really is a myriad of regulatory bodies that we, with the town of Stonington, have to go forward and work with. And Mr. Cousins has a couple of projects going like this in Massachusetts. He's familiar with the intricacies of that, and he is prepared to go forward. But he wants the town to recognize that there is a very strong sense of urgency, that we be able to present to you what we believe is an appropriate use of the property, that we are able to explain to you what the process is and what our role and what the town's role is, and that most importantly, that we can inform the public and you of what our plans are, and that you can have the input to shape those plans as any good partnership does, to move forward together. So that is exactly what our intention is. I'm going to step off and hand the mic to Jonathan Cousins, who will explain his passion for restoring historic mills. Some people collect stamps, some people have other hobbies, but this is clearly something that he has shaped his career about doing. And so I can't explain the underlying motivations that give someone the passion to restore a historic mill, but I'm sure that Mr. Cousins can take a crack at it because he won't have any choice momentarily. Yeah,
Okay.
whatever you feel
Yeah,
comfortable.
sure, this is fine.
Thank you,
Hello.
Mark.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Cousins with Lee Properties. We have basically, we specialize in historic mill building preservation. So this project is perfect, right up our alley. This is the type of work we enjoy doing. And, in the past, I've seen just so many of these mill buildings actually fall over and collapse. I've seen towns actually tear them down for a number of reasons, usually because they're just too far gone. And it's kind of sad to see that, part of our history is essentially disappearing with these buildings. Most of them are very well made. They're very interesting buildings to work with in general. And we're very excited about this project. We do appreciate the town's involvement and assistance with this project. It is, as Attorney Mark has said, it is very difficult. It's a very challenging project. It's going to require a significant amount of work, not really planning per se as much as getting through all the red tape involved with the many different agencies that we have to get through. The Department of the Interior's National Park Services handles the federal historic tax credits, and and SHPO here with the state of Connecticut handles the state side. So we have a lot of hurdles to get through, and we're excited to tackle them one by one, and we're here to get to the very end of this and hopefully have more residential units, which, as everyone knows, we're in great need of, not just in this state, but also in the country. And I guess I'll leave it for the other professionals to kind of dig more into the details of the building.
First of all, I would introduce Eric DiNardo. He is our site project engineer from Verdantis Engineering, and he will explain to you what the site consists of, what its capacity is, and a host of other things.
Thank you, Mark. So as Mark mentioned, my name's Eric DiNardo. I'm with Verdantis. I'm a project engineer. I'm a professional engineer licensed in Connecticut as well as in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. And just to kind of speak a little bit to the existing of the conditions of the building right now, I just want to kind of focus our attention on the plans that were prepared by our architect, John Seeger. So these are aerial imageries taken from the building as of now. It's kind of difficult to see on the projector, but you can kind of see basically the condition that this building is in addition to what Mark mentioned earlier. As you can see, the sister property to the north really has a clear, better condition, better aesthetic, and overall just better preservation of this historic mill building. One of the points I would like to notice as well, we do currently have existing parking here. So in terms of impervious area, The proposed concepts that we're dealing with right now in terms of stormwater management and best management practices in terms of infiltration and detention systems, we're actually only planning on expanding the parking very minimally. I would say probably no more than 1,000 square feet. So we will be utilizing the existing impervious area that's already currently at this site. To move on a little bit further to kind of discuss the existing conditions of the site, we did have a survey done in addition to a FEMA flood certificate, which we have prepared with a licensed Connecticut professional surveyor. So those are available upon request. In terms of the conceptual design layout, so right now the existing mill building is proposed for redevelopment of 58 units. In terms of the parking area that we actually have, we're planning on utilizing the lower level as a indoor parking garage, which pending structural evaluation, we do have to relocate a few columns, but we are planning about approximately 40 spaces within that first lower level. In addition, we're providing 120 spaces on the exterior of this area with the requirement of 3 ADA spaces as well. As I mentioned before, really the only area that we're going to be proposing expansion of the parking lot into what's currently landscaped vegetation is just that lower south portion along the existing parking lot. In addition, we are including additional green landscaping, which will better infiltrate and manage some stormwater as well. And then we are proposing a stormwater management system to the east of the proposed parking layout. One thing to note is that we're still working through conceptual layout on the exact design and orientation of all of our parking. So we are going to be doing stormwater modeling in the future, which will then dictate our infiltration and BMPs that we're proposing. In accordance with state and local regulations, we are planning on using the roof runoff and infiltrating into the ground using underground subsurface infiltration chambers, in addition to what would be a detention system or infiltration system. We still have to evaluate the soils. As Mark alluded to before, we did get the Phase 2 environmental assessment funding. At that time, we're going to not only look at the potential remediation aspects to the surrounding area, whether that's groundwater, soil, in addition to what's known already as the asbestos and lead paint that's pretty prevalent at the building. So we will also be looking at the percolation rates for the soil in the area so that we'll truly be able to define and design the infiltration basin. One small thing to note before I pass it along to our landscape architect is we are currently evaluating, as I mentioned, different orientations, but there is a existing Marina warehouse essentially due east of our proposed project, where we will look to potentially create that as more open green space, which would also better allow for infiltration and stormwater management. So with that, I'll pass it along.
Excuse me, I did notice that large warehouse along, is it River Road?
Yes.
And so that would be demolished?
That we're currently working through acquisition. I think Mark and Jonathan could speak to that better.
Okay.
But there's conceptual layouts as if this were not to be acquired, this is the plan that we would focus in on. If the warehouse is to be acquired, demolished, this is the plan that we would look to implement.
I didn't realize it was a separate piece of property. Okay, thank you. And then the further south property, it says potential future 1.8
Yes, correct.
acre development. Is there any clues as to what you might do or not do there?
So, okay. So yeah, I'll have Mark explain that one
Okay.
for me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the site engineer?
Just one quick question, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Could you go back to the site plan?
Yes, absolutely. The existing site plan, or?
And if you have a pointer, could you just run the pointer along the flood zone boundary?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, this is a little.
So it's quite a bit of the southern and western portion of the site is encumbered by Zone X, correct?
Thank you. Correct.
And is there any new development proposed, any residential units proposed inside Zone X? It appears as though there's a single unit residence that's proposed in Zone X. I'm looking at site L1, site plan L1, and unless it's rotated differently, and it might be, it appears that that single unit residence, which is located on the west side of the site, is,
It's up top. Oh, yes, this is oriented differently.
okay, so that's not in the flood zone?
It is not in the flood zone.
Okay, fine. That's my only question. Thank you.
Yep, understood.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Greg. Just before the rest of our professionals present, page 2 of my notes made a very important omission, and that is that we gained an ownership interest in the property in April, and in May discovered that across the street, Norwest Marina had changed their ownership. And as the site plan shows, the 18,000 square foot brick warehouse that appears on our property is owned by Norwest Marina. So when I had my first meeting with the new planner, I explained to him that this property had changed hands and that we would have discussions with them. The purpose of those discussions would be, one, to see if they were interested in, selling that building to us, and what exactly our purpose would be in purchasing it. And my discussions with the planner were based on the fact that in the event that we were able to acquire the building and were able to comply with all the regulations, our intent would be to demolish the building and to be able to take that 18,000 square feet in some degree to put a building in the area that's marked as for development, or that 1 acre. That's not something that we can stand here and say we're ready to do, but when I brought to the attention the town planner of this prospect, I was advised to present 2 concepts for purposes of transparency and just to show that there's a lot of moving parts here. And, if we were able to acquire that particular building, then, the next presentator at this meeting, the landscape architect, would run wild with a green meadow where the building was and all of that. But our goal was just to put everything on the table, and then when we come back, we'll be able to see what we have. All right,
Understood,
so
thank you.
Without any further ado, Christopher McFadden, the landscape architect.
Thank you very much. Chris McFarland, Landworks Studio, landscape architect for the project. So we've spent a lot of time looking at this site and try to understand what we can add to the project as a whole. And as it's been talked about by other people, we're looking at really a multitude of concepts here. The plan in front of us right now, you see, has the warehouse building on it right here, and this particular design is showing what would happen if the warehouse building were to stay. So this is the floor plan, which John Seeger Architects will talk about shortly. And what we have in this concept is the parking field, which has been talked about, heavily landscaped, which it is not today. And then basically 2 real areas of amenities, the back amenity area, and then kind of the current loading dock area, which would also be designed for amenity space. The loading dock area is really a passive kind of recreation. There's quite a change in grade from the front entry to the building down to this drive aisle here. And so this is really being considered kind of a wooded hillside with just, as I mentioned, passive usage, benches, shelter, you know, a little bit of shade shelter, place you might come out with a cup of coffee and sit and read a book. The back area is a little more active. It's got activity components which are currently being shown as kind of just outdoor activities. Right now we're showing bocce. We're also showing some little putting greens. It's something in that effect. We're not 100% sure what it is. As we get more into kind of the marketing aspect of this building and who's going to be using it, we'll know what that is. The majority of that area, I don't know why this is going off. The majority of that area, which is kind of throughout the hillside here, is really set up to be a series of outdoor barbecue kitchens and seating that people can congregate collectively. Some areas where it's a little more private. And as mentioned, there is one outbuilding which would be developed as a single-family residence. There's two means of access to the outdoor area. One is coming directly from the parking, or from the building itself through stairs, and then there is accessible access down the hillside.
Excuse me, I was over there last week. You'd have to pretty much clear cut that from what it is now and start all over.
Well, most of the vegetation that's currently out there are invasive species.
I know, yes.
So yeah, most of it would be clear cut. Yes.
Is it flat or does it have some pitch to it?
It has quite well the area that we're looking at developing.
Yeah, that's what,
does have.
To the track side of the main building.
Right now, it is quite a steep slope here.
Yeah.
We'd be looking at retaining a portion closer to the building, and then flattening off an area, having a bit of a retaining wall on the backside.
A
meet all
pretty
the-
sizable retaining wall. No?
Pardon me?
Would it be a sizable retaining wall?
The one closer to the building would be,
No, uphill.
oh, the uphill one, we're looking at actually doing that as kind of a water wall or fountain. So it would be sizable, and in fact, I can show you, well, in your packet, there's actually a section. You can see it there.
Isn't there a road back there? A street?
Further, yes, all the way, the road is out here.
Okay.
And then, so we have a retaining wall, which is shown as a water wall. And then it flattens off, and then we drop down again to get to the building.
Can you explain what a water wall is to me?
So it's a fountain, but it kind of, the water runs down the face of the wall. So it's a way of taking a retaining wall and giving it a purpose other than just holding back the slope.
Thank you.
In the second version that we have here, sorry, again, the amenity space is currently being shown the same. The woodland walk is the same. The difference is that now the marine warehouse has been removed. And the idea for this is potentially a swimming pool area and then a large meadow area with a few walkways in it. These might have some Adirondack chairs in the summer, but the whole idea is to create kind of a front porch for the mill building. The rest of it remains the same. And then again, these are the sections through the back portion only. The water wall, the retaining wall at the building, and then kind of the activity area here showing some putting greens and bocce.
I just have one question, just a curiosity, maybe you haven't gotten this far, about the lighting for these open areas?
Yes.
Have you planned for certain kinds of lighting?
Yeah, obviously lighting will come
Right.
into play here. We haven't gotten that far in the,
Okay.
but it's not envisioned to be, like baseball field lighting. This is going to be kind of lower lighting,
Subdued.
enough that people can walk around and be safe, but certainly it's not going to be a big glowing outdoor area.
Okay, thank you.
Question for the project, and just tell me to wait if you're getting to it. But is there any plan to include or take advantage of affordable housing and some of the benefits that you would get as a developer by adding that? Or is that, I just ask now because I'm sensing more of an upscale direction to the development, and just curious if affordable housing was on the radar for part of this.
Hello. Yes, right now, most likely we're going to be doing 20% affordable housing here, which is also a requirement for a lot of the subsidies that we're targeting. So unfortunately, we have to rely on a lot of financial subsidies to make this project work due to the difficult nature of the project. And I think 20% is the current amount in the state of Connecticut. So that's kind of the plan.
That's great. 20% is more than nothing, and I'm happy to hear it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So now I'd like to introduce John Seeger, the architect for the project, to go through his vision of the building.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, everybody. John Seeger, Seeger Architects. We're in Salem, Mass, but registered in Connecticut and Massachusetts. I think as far as my relationship with Jonathan, we're doing work up north in Haverhill and a few other projects. We basically specialize in historic restoration, adaptive reuse. Sorry about that. Adaptive reuse of existing buildings. It's being from Salem, Massachusetts, I kind of fell into that niche, and it's been really exciting, especially with the prospects of historic tax credits. Enables our clients to do a lot of restoration where it would be cost prohibitive without sort of subsidies from the national parks system as well as the state tax credits. I think I'm just going to go back a couple slides. As Eric described the existing building and the site, as you can see the big contrast. These buildings were built just about the same period, 9 years apart. And this, as you probably all know, that's Thread Mill 1. It was restored fully, Jonathan, about 10 years ago? Yeah, and then we're looking to do the same for this property. This is River Road here, and back there is Pawcatuck Road with that great lawn area there. The single-story building here and the mill building here. As you can see, this building continues to deteriorate. The roof got ripped off, not just the hurricane in 1938, which was repaired, but it's just been deteriorating, and therefore a lot of the interior timber frame structure has to be replaced. As kind of the big moves for this project, we are looking to demolish this connecting piece. It's a wood one-story building that connects the single building to the mill building. And I think as far as looking to create a new main entrance, really at this, right by the tower, there's another structure that's there. Well, I can just quickly show you, the amount of deterioration we have to address, all the, not just the windows, the masonry, but the roof structure too has to be replaced. And now just quick go to, this is sort of a typical floor plan. The building, as you can see, steps up. The first floor is about 30,000 square feet. This is basically the parking where it kind of exists now, and we're introducing a main entrance here and a double loaded corridor, and then actually we introduce a circular corridor around an atrium space in the middle to allow more sunlight down the middle of the building, because when these buildings get so deep, your units have to have windows, so we're actually introducing windows in the units in the atrium, as well as some amenities inside, exercise room, cafe, internet cafe. And then essentially, the other big move we did is, as Chris described, is we created a pass-through to the great lawn back here. So I'll show you a little more detail in the renderings. But yeah, this building really can only accommodate one unit, and Jonathan might have an office down in the walk-off basement area. But again, we're moving forward with a program with the space pretty much as we're showing here. So I won't get into too much of the details with the elevations. Essentially, our job is when we're just about ready to complete the historic tax credit submittal, which entails full masonry restoration, cleaning the brick, repouring the brick, cleaning all the stone, and you have to follow specifications and have the right. It's pretty stringent. And the other part too is the window restoration. Actually, in this case, it's window replacement, which we have to replicate the existing muttons, the mullions, the sashes. They will be, instead of wood, they will be metal frame, which is acceptable for the historic tax credits. But I think this is a side elevation facing River Road and the Marina, and you can see the massive amount of windows. We also have to reproduce the existing shingles up above. We're using cement fiber shingles, restoring the clock tower or stair tower. But we are, instead of having that wood connecting piece, we're using a metal canopy to connect to this other single-story building. And the main entrance here, we're introducing a glass skylight to kind of signify where the main entry is of the building. This seemed to be the best location. But I think for the most part, we're going to stick with, okay, that's my timer. So we'll just jump to the renderings. So this elevation shows the new glass entry to the main building, and the canopy connection is a lot lighter to pass through to this great lawn. This is just a placeholder earlier on for landscaping. Chris's plan is more the direction we're going with. But for the most part, this is a great opportunity, not just to clean and restore and save the building, but it's got a great site. We're not used to these big sites with all the landscaping, amenities, and it's going to be a real plus for the project overall. I think that pretty much covers it, Mark. If you have any questions? Yep.
Actually, I'm trying to rush so that the public and the commission has a chance to raise and question. So we've done our thing, and we're here to allow the public and you. I'm sorry, it keeps failing to speak.
Tonight, Mark, this was a commission workshop.
Yep.
The public, I was not really going to involve at this point unless
Okay.
something is burning up. But I had some other questions. It says commercial building and commercial space in that northeast section. Existing commercial building, future commercial parking. What is that all about?
We mirrored what took place on the other side of the building where they have a mixed use of a commercial use in the basement. So that was the
Oh, we
way
didn't know
we
that.
framed.
Not
the use.
where that single family residence is?
No.
No, I'm
Is that
talking about the right side of the building that has already been restored.
I need compass directions, please.
So this is River Road?
Yes,
And there's an existing commercial building. It's a nice brick, three-story.
I can't hear you.
Oh, it's a nice brick, three-story warehouse building. Sorry, Mark. That, as far as the use, Jonathan is still trying to come up with ideas for it, but that's the commercial property that.
Is it active now?
No, it's abandoned, and they actually had to tear down the front part of it when you drive by.
I saw that.
Yeah, and so he's going to restore what's able to be restored.
So that'd be like a phase 2 or 3?
No,
type of thing.
it's not a phase 2 or 3, it's just that it's a concept. And so we identified a potential use at that location just again, so we could present different options that the commission could respond to. They
Okay.
could say, we don't want it, we would prefer not to have a commercial use
Well, we
there.
don't,
or
I
we
can't
would-
answer that because I don't know what you're talking about. Meaning, is this part of the property or is it to be bought in the future? Is it part of the deed now?
No,
I
of
can
course.
speak to that, thanks. Yes, it is part of the property. It's a very nice building. It's got 36-foot tall ceilings inside with a really nice frame structure. So the current idea is to essentially list it for commercial lease. I mean, we're thinking something along the lines of like a microbrewery or something along those lines where that would be open to the public. We have plenty of space around the actual structure itself for parking or outdoor patios, outdoor patio seating. So that's kind of the idea, is to list it for lease for commercial use, and then if we have any interest during the planning and construction period, then to kind of follow up. But the intention is to have it constructed at the same time as the residences are, so that everything's done at the same time and we're kind of off the site.
Thank you.
Jonathan, maybe
Very helpful.
You should stay
Oh,
here
okay, yeah.
so that I
Yeah,
don't have to
any
keep
questions?
asking you to come up
Sure.
to address any of the commission's questions, or if they have for particular presenters, they'll come back up and respond to
Right.
what questions you have.
Are there more presenters?
No, I'm just saying, we're ready to respond to any inquiry
Okay.
from the
Are there any
commission.
questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think this is for the civil engineer, not for the architect. You mentioned putting the roof drainage into a diffuser system, and I think the parking areas into a detention basin.
Correct.
That's okay. Without knowing where the soil contamination is on site, you're obviously going to have to be very careful about whether you line those basins, whether you use a diffuser system at all, because you're going to make those contamination problems a lot worse.
Absolutely. And that's
Okay, so those are the types of things that, you know, we're going to want to look at very closely as you move forward, where contamination is on site, how it's remediated, and particularly in those areas where you're going to be using infiltration.
Yes, of course. And just as a quick aside as well, the phase 2 will detail how we would remediate those areas, delineate those areas, and then we would also then use that as an appendice to what we would present as the infiltration systems and the underground chambers.
Perfect, thank you,
Yep.
much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Now, right now, is the contamination inside the building, outside the building? Do we even know where?
I think potentially both.
Oh, okay, is that the,
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
thank you. Any other questions, Lynn, Karen?
I just have, in the beginning, you had said a partnership with Stonington.
Yeah.
That's more figuratively, correct? I mean,
Well, I guess most of the things I say could be considered figurative,
yeah,
but
I'm looking at the
it
client.
really is a partnership because the town has to apply for all of the grants that allow the site to be remediated, to be cleaned up. And in order to do so, they have to have a developer willing to do that. We can't just go and get grants from the state or the federal government. That's a vehicle that the town has to pursue. And then we are very much partners with them because they're, in the latest example, they obtained a grant for an environmental assessment of the site. We are going to take that information and implement it. So yes, it sounds figurative, but it really is a partnership because we can't do it alone. And in order to be effective, we have to have the right and agreed upon vision of what it will be and how it will proceed. So.
Would you like to illuminate on that, or?
Have specific questions about the town's responsibility in terms of the grant?
No, I just want to know, if 5 years down the road, if they're making money, does the town share in the profits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, the town holds the fiduciary responsibility. The grant comes through the town. We're part of the contract in terms of passing through that money. We'll publicly bid for the people who do the work. We'll do that through the town system and through the DAS in a proposal method. And so we will bid for those people who will come on board to do the work, and then we will check to make sure that the work products that come back through the other side are paid for with that grant money appropriately. And then, of course, in the post-completion phase, we will assist them to file that remedial action plan, which will likely come out of the assessment. And then they'll likely have to go to the next phase of remediation.
Thank you.
Certainly.
And when just to harken back to the idea of the partnership, the reality that the town now faces is that this structure presents one of the greatest liabilities to the town. Someone gets injured, it gets on fire, and there are firemen here who would evidence their concern for that. So the town is faced with this liability, and the partnership is, in a sense, founded on the idea that the liability will be eliminated and the property will be returned to the tax rolls. That's not something the town can do alone, and that's not something that we can do alone. It's only together that both of those important accomplishments can be addressed.
Thank you. Lynn, did you have some questions?
Sure, I just have two clarifying questions. The separate building that you're putting the canopy to attach, did someone indicate that was going to be an office for the building? Is it going to be rented as a residency? What was that?
Yeah, it's just actually one residence. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the basement's not that wonderful, so just the top floor there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has an old tin ceiling. We have to restore that as well. Nice, I think it's 12-foot ceilings in there, so it's a very nice unit. But yeah, it would just be one basically apartment of the potentially 58 total within the whole campus or structure there.
Okay, great. And then is there going to be any kind of age limitation on the people renting the apartments?
No age limitation.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, it'll be basically market rate for the 80%, and then the 20% would be affordable based upon the stipulations in the grant
Okay.
programs.
Okay. And so children allowed?
Oh,
under-
yes,
Yep.
of course.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ryan? Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. It's very exciting and informative.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Clifton, on to you.
All right. On to administrative review. Item number 1, PC 2311, SPA and CAM, Latimer Point Condo Association. Applicants requesting approval for the reconstruction and extension of a deck located at 12 North Shore Way, map block lot 154-2-11, zone RM20. This is a post-approval addition to the application prior to production of the final Mylars. Sorry, one second. We talked about this project at the June 6th meeting. I want to again disclose that I live at Latimer Point and I'm a member of the condo association, but this project does not affect my property in particular. But basically, just adding one additional item for a construction of a deck located at 12 North Shore Way. This would just be in addition to the project that was approved by the commission at the June 6th meeting. The recommended stipulations are the exact same as the ones that were presented on June 6th. We still haven't received any comment from Deep on that project. So again, that's why there's a stipulation for that item specifically. But other than that, no changes to the larger scope.
What the extension of the dock, can you
A deck.
elaborate?
Deck.
Oh, the deck, yeah, sorry.
So basically, it's just a reconstruction and then adding, I believe, roughly 12 square feet of new deck space. So yeah, just reconstruction, minor addition, nothing that's impacting either the, it's not creating any new impervious area, anything like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Clifton on representing Latimer Point? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the addition expressed in this application of the 3'2" by 15'7" addition to the deck on application PZ 2311 SPA and CAM by Latimer Point Association. And just to add, I said this when it was when I made the initial motion. Ed Lowry does a great job at this.
Yes, he does.
He really does. He manages this. We have a comprehensive view of this condominium. He updates it every year. And I wish we had this for every development like this. In fact, Ed does just a wonderful job with this for the association. So I move approval.
Thank you, Chuck. I hear a second.
I second the approval, would just confirm the 5 recommended stipulations also.
Thank you, Ryan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So carried. Thank you.
Right, item number 2, PZ 1810 SPA and GPP. This is for Mystic Apartments LLC. This application is for a modification to an approved site plan and groundwater protection permit application. The modification is to a previously approved berm and a previously approved retaining wall for Harbor Heights Phase 2 located at 50 Perkins Farm Drive, MBL 134-3-2, and this is located in the GDD zone. This application was originally approved on April 17th, 2018. The applicant has a couple changes to address on-site conditions, one being a retaining wall item and the second being a separate berm item. There are a couple items that I listed in my report that are a little bit obsolete. I went out with the town engineer and the public works director to the site today to talk to the applicant about both those projects, and instead of me trying to recant what happened, the applicant, David Latizori, is here, and I'd rather him speak on this.
Wonderful. David, would you like to explain what's going on to us?
David Latizori, the owner of Latizori Development, and this property located actually at 80 Perkins Farm Drive. 50 Perkins Farm was the first phase. I don't know if you'd like to discuss the retaining wall modification request or the berm first.
So the retaining wall is what I'm going to call it the Phase 2, is that?
Correct.
Correct, okay. And that was, as my memory is, and I think this drawing shows, it was a 2-stepped affairs that we talked about?
That's correct.
And one was along, I'll say Route 95 to the north, then it swept around to the west, was it?
Correct.
Okay, and now I'm just sort of thinking out loud to make sure we're on the same topic. You'd like to reduce that to just a singular step, if you will?
Correct.
Okay.
So originally we had at its highest peak, a 19-foot wall running around 550 feet in order to make the grade change work from Phase 1 to Phase 2. Unfortunately, that wall is not constructible. You would think the civil engineer knows that, but is actually the wall designer, and a wall designer is not involved until after the project is bid out. It's actually a benefit to us because instead of going with a small block wall, we're now going to a larger ready block wall. And that allows us to construct that wall within the limits of excavation. And it allows us to cut the wall height in half. So really at its highest point, it's only around 10, 11 feet, and it slopes down on each side, which results in an overall wall reduction of 40%. What that really does is it allows us to soften the impact from Phase 1 to Phase 2. And then above that wall, we'll have a 2-to-1 slope with landscaping and native fescue mixes, which will also help soften the transition from both phases. It's a much more expensive design, but I think overall will enhance the overall community.
Questions on the retaining wall from Mr. Latizori?
2 questions. Are these the large modular concrete blocks that aren't very nice to look at?
These are the larger modular concrete blocks that are very nice to look at.
Okay.
When you compare it to what we had before, which is a standard uniblock wall, they're around maybe 18 inches by 18 inches. You see that in any typical retaining wall all over town. These are kind of the nice, large granite blocks.
Are these, let me just make it simple. Do these have a precast architectural face?
Yes.
Okay, fine. When you mention large concrete modular units, I think of the bins they use in the landfill and how unpleasant they are to look at. And I was hoping that wasn't what we were talking about here.
I definitely would want.
So if they're precast and they have an architectural finish, I'm fine. The other question is fall protection required from the high side to the low side on this? Or is there other means that keep people from walking up to the edge and falling off the edge of the wall?
So to your first question, it will have a granite replication precast face, and it will have for your second question, a 48-inch fence to prevent falls up top, and then adjacent to the roadway is a guardrail. So we have two protection means to preserve safety on the site.
What's the material of the 48-inch high fence?
It's a black chain link fence, but we have around 100 reed grasses that are going in there. We have around 50 ornamental bushes, and then we have around 20 trees. So by the time those grow in, hopefully you won't be able to see it. And we'll be planting that area with a native fescue mix, which doesn't really have to be maintained.
Thank you. I'm fine with both.
In terms of the berm, this is frustrating to me. I feel it has become a molehill out of an anthill. I'm really only here tonight because I want to make sure that the berm we're building is what was approved. And somehow my civil engineer missed the memo. And the berm, according to my memory that was approved, was a 102.5 height, which is what we currently showed on the expanded berm. And that 102.5 foot elevation was supposed to be carried over to the old section of the berm. And the 3-to-1 slope, which will be built on the expanded portion of the berm, was supposed to be carried around the entire berm. The idea for that is to kind of soften the visual impacts from Jerry Brown Road. And we'll continue maintaining the landscape plan that was approved, which allows for native fescue mixes, a wildflower seed mix, and trees. Somehow that did not make it onto the construction drawing. We're showing the existing 2-to-1 slope, and we're showing the existing 99-foot elevation. I don't want a lopsided pancake for a berm. We want it to be consistent the entire way out. So all I'm asking the commission for is approval to update our plan so that it's consistent with what was approved at our site plan hearing.
My memory was we did allow to expand the berm.
We did.
To wrap it around a kidney bean, if you will, versus what it was before, right?
That's correct.
Right, okay.
But we need to make sure that the existing section of the berm is brought up to match the new height of the expansion.
And that's 3 feet higher.
Correct.
And
Well, actually, yeah, 3 feet. 3 feet.
It goes from around, you can see it here, it goes from around 99.5 to 102.5.
right.
So
And
3
then-
feet.
Yes, Lynn?
So he's just making it even and bigger. You're not decreasing the burn, you're just flattening it and making it to the new specs. for
Correct,
phase
we're
two.
making the
Yeah.
berm consistent between the old section. So I'm going to correct some of the issues that commission members and myself had issues with for the existing section of the berm. So instead of having a 2-to-1 slope, we'll go in and we'll retrack it out. We'll put in new topsoil. We will soften the slopes, we'll replant again, and we will bring it up to a consistent grade with the expansion.
Okay, because yes, there have been concerns about the slope.
Yeah.
I do have a concern about the erosion. I wasn't around this weekend, but apparently a lot of rain happened down here. And you do have a silt fence and there is some waddling, is that the right terminology? The round
That's correct.
tubular wattle, is that the right?
Correct.
I'm not sure it's effective. Are some hay bales or straw bales necessary? It looked like there was quite a bit of washout down Jerry Brown Road.
I didn't see any coming down Jerry Brown Road, but we discussed this with the town planner and the town engineer today. You know, if we had this meeting 2 weeks later, that entire berm would be tracked out and we would have topsoil on it.
Yep.
We do have a E&S fence all the way around, and we do have waddling around. We received, 3 inches of rain in a short period of time. There was limited washout, which we have corrected. And then for this new section of the berm, for the existing section of the berm that we're going to correct, we will be extending the E&S fence and the wattle.
Okay, good, good. Alrighty. And then the other machine I saw, is that just you're processing your own topsoil on site?
Correct. We've been very fortunate where all the fill for this entire piece of property has been used from on-site soils. I wish I could have used that for phase one, but the entire foundation area and all impermeable surfaces are actually used from fill from the site.
Right.
We'll be using all topsoil that's going to be screened from the site. And if you go there, it actually smells like manure because I think there's many years of cow dung that's been piled up. And then we're actually crushing the stone, which will be done in another week, to spread also under the slab of the foundation. So the good thing about this is that we've had to really truck limited soil, limited materials in, and we've had to truck nothing out.
Great.
The only other thing I'd like to ask the commission for is there's the potential that in order to store all the on-site materials on the property, we may want to bring up the berm an additional 2 feet. We had discussed this and the commission was amenable to that, and I did meet with Stone Ridge this morning, and they are fine with that because it gives additional screening. I don't think we will need it, but I feel going from 102 to 104 gives us a little extra wiggle room in the event we excavate for more soil.
Do you want to talk about that now or later?
I don't have any problems with it, Mr. Chairman, and I actually don't have any problems with leveling the top of it off, but I don't think we should be approving something like this with a plan like this. I think it should be an addendum to the existing site drawing. Part of the confusion is that we didn't get it on the site drawings to begin with.
Correct.
And now we're going to go with another sketch that isn't on the site drawings. And I think the record drawings are important because everybody in the field has those. All of the regulators have those. Our folks in town hall have those. And although it's a minor expense, you're going to draw it anyway. I have no problem with even the additional 2 feet, but show it as some sort of a provisional additional 2 feet on the plans. That way there's no confusion amongst anybody. There's no confusion the guys in the field that are staking it. There's no confusion the guys in the field that are running the equipment with all the laser-driven equipment to grade it. And all of this has to be staked. It has to be staked in the field. So I think the plan should be revised, and I think there should be a condition that control be set in the field so that it's built as designed.
Okay, are you all right with that, David?
I couldn't agree more, Commissioner Sheehan, and we discussed this with the town engineer. All I wanted for tonight was to get clarity on the height of the berm, allowing the 3-to-1 slope, and then we will update our civil and grading plans to the satisfaction of the town engineer to show those changes.
Now, if you go and get it 2 feet higher in the future, I assume you just carry the slope back towards the middle, not regrade the whole front. Okay.
Correct. We'll be working from the toe and then bringing that up, and that little extra height lets us actually get a little more softer of a slope.
So you're not regrading your whole front slope.
Correct.
Okay.
Really an ideal site for solar in the future. I hope you realize that.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, all my buildings are solar powered. I put $1 million of solar on our buildings. They're all green energy buildings, Energy Star certified, and now I'm working with Verizon to hopefully bring in a cellular antenna.
So that I'm clear, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we should approve this until the record plans are redrawn with all of this on them. I think we should approve it as soon as that's done, but there's too much confusion if the record plans aren't modified.
But I think there's a limitation, isn't there, of the number of days? Didn't I see that in the notes?
To make those updates to the plan, say by a certain date,
Yeah.
just to give them the.
We don't need to see it again.
Okay.
It's just that as a condition of approval, the record plans have to be modified with everything we just discussed. The uniform height, the provisional additional 2 feet, and then the slope correction, the side slope.
The only other thing that the town engineer mentioned was and David mentioned as well, was carrying around the ENS.
Oh, yeah, the fencing.
So including that on the plans as well, and then updating the ENS plan accordingly.
All stipulations. That'll be all right with you, David?
Yes.
Anything else? So, we're here.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the application as submitted with the recommended stipulations we just outlined, and also to include the 3 recommended stipulations that the town staff had already added.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Chuck. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, David. Good luck. Okay.
All right. Next item is PZ 2312. Again, this is same property, Mystic Apartments LLC. This is a bond reduction release application for work performed under the previous application, PZ 1810 SPA GPP, for the 121 unit residential apartment building. This is Harbor Heights Phase 1. That property is the 50 Perkins Farm Road, MBL 134-3-2. And so, so the original erosion and sedimentation control round was for $69,305. That was approved with that application. What's shown in the packet is the request and on the application, the requested bond reduction to $10,000 following consultation with the town engineer. What I provided as of today from the town engineer was actually the request to increase it to $20,000. So the total reduction would be from $69,305 down to $20,000. And that's what we discussed with Mr. Latizori on site today as well. And so that memo is included.
There's a remainder of 20,000.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
So this bond is specifically related to the berm we were just talking about, right? Or am I confused?
This bond is for the erosion and sedimentation control for phase 1.
Okay.
It's been
The
completed.
berm that we discussed is for phase 2.
Different berm.
Correct.
Got it.
And that there's an outstanding bond on that already for that entire phase 2 project. So these are 2 separate bonds
For
that
each
would
project.
overlap.
One bond for each project.
Right. But what is remaining to be done on phase 1 in relation to the bond that we're asking to have reduced?
And so what was outlined in the memo from the town engineer is although that this is related to phase 1, that overlapping money could be used for the berm in phase 2. And so that was what was outlined. So there's the connecting parcel from phase 1 to phase 2 that is being constructed currently. But what was outlined in the memo from the town engineer is that money from both phases can be used overlapping, either or. And so that $20,000 could potentially assist with any erosion issues related to the berm that we just did discuss.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just that we had this site in phase 1 before where, there was a request to reduce the bond associated with the site plan, the erosion, the berm, and when we looked into it, there was no reason to reduce the bond, that there was still quite a bit of work that needed to be done. And I just want to make sure that we're very clear that anything that could be completed in phase 1, separate from the completion of phase 2, has been done before we go back on the bond.
And what is the bond on phase 2? You were saying we're leaving this 20,000 in that can be used for either aspect of the berm. But what is the amount that is in the other bond?
I wish I had the exact number. I believe it's around 100,000, somewhere in that range.
They actually perform a detailed estimate of the work, and as they start to assess what can be released, they look at what items are completed and comes off the estimate. So actual parametric estimate of the work that needs to be done in sedimentation and erosion control, and the way releases are recommended is as the work's completed, that amount is deleted from the work that's in the estimate. So it is really a scientific process. It would help us, though, when we get these requests, if we could get a copy of the town engineer's estimate, where he actually carries what is completed and what is yet to be completed. That's how they get these numbers. So it isn't a 40,000 foot look at it where you take, a wild guess at what's remaining to be done. It's actually a scientific estimate.
And to answer Lynn's first question, the site for phase one has been stabilized for almost a decade now, or a few years now. Sorry, getting confused with the Threadmill project. And it's been stabilized for a few years, and so according to Chris, the town engineer, there are no outstanding concerns with phase one specifically, but keeping this money on hand for the potential of applying it to the phase two item is what is recommended, and that's why the reduction was increased from the 10,000 to 20,000 was irrelevant to the discussion we just had previously on the berm.
Thank you.
It's gotten confusing with the two phases and the berm in the middle of the two phases. And they're tapping on to the initial berm, and now they want reduction from the first bond, but yet now they're playing around with the berm again for phase two. So that's why we upped the bond. Okay.
I have to say, I really do like what Chuck suggested in going forward with any kind of reduction to a bond, that we have the numbers in front of us with what the estimate was, what part has been completed, etc. So we can do, we can speak with some kind of knowledge on it rather than it's just a bond.
No, of course. Well,
It's so easy to
Thank you.
understand the logic, as to
Yeah.
how the original amount was established, what work is completed, what is remaining to be done, and that's the amount that's retained. It's very fair, it's very clear cut, and with the estimates, I don't think there'll be any questions in the future.
Thank you, Clifton. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the bond release of $49,305 to establish a remainder of $20,000 with regard to bond PZ 231 2BR for 50 Perkins Drive Farm.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Ryan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
all right, next application, PZ 2313, CAM application for Suzanne and James Walsh. This is a CAM application to accompany the zoning permit 23-121 for the demolition of an existing single-family residence and construction of a new 2,000 plus or minus square foot residence located at 86 Noyes Ave, MBL 129-8-7. This zone is RM20, but RH10 applies because it's under the total lot size. So it's under that amount, so RH10 applies for this zone.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Daggett, the general contractor. Ed Wenke is available by phone if we need him to discuss any of the site plan. Ed Wenke is available by phone if we need him to discuss the site plan. I said Ed Wenke is available by phone if we need him. Yep.
So just before questions, I want to say that this application kind of came in during the period of myself coming on, starting the position. So this was actually dealt with by Candy, the zoning enforcement officer. So all of her questions to Mr. Wenke were addressed and sent out at that time, and then her responses and their responses were included in the report. There are no additional questions from myself. Again, this DEEP has not responded to the application, so there's a stipulation in there stating that if there are changes necessary for DEEP, that would come in. Actually, sorry, I'm going to cut that because what I did provide is I did get this at about 5 p.m. and what I put in front of you was the actual DEEP comments. So the stipulation that DEEP would respond was. I did not, sorry. Well, so I'll just read what their summary and recommendations were then. So again, this is a case of I receive things 5 minutes before the meeting and have to print them out. So their summary and recommendations were, although there are no sensitive resources on site that could be adversely impacted by the proposed retaining wall, there is a portion of the wall that will extend into flood zone 8012. The applicant should demonstrate to the Commission's satisfaction that the portion of the wall will not function as a shoreline flood and erosion control structure in a way that protects the residential structure from flooding or erosion from tidal, coastal, and navigable waters. If the Commission determines that the wall will function in this way, they could consider modifying the application to eliminate that portion of the wall. Otherwise, the project is consistent with their requirements. Back to you.
Looks like the wall is out of the Zone X? Is that what I see?
Correct.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
And somebody, either you, Clifton, or Candace, had asked about the lowest elevation, moving it up to 12 feet. And that's happened?
Yes,
Yeah.
we amended the site plan to her
Right,
satisfaction.
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse us while I digest a little bit of
Of course.
information. Okay. And so the crawl space, that's a slab, and then the crawl space is between the slab and the house?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Chuck?
No questions.
Ryan? Lynn? Andy?
Have already been addressed by town officials.
Great, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the application by Susan and James Walsh with the stipulations, the 3 stipulations that are mentioned on page 14 of 21 of the staff report.
Seconded.
Chuck?
Seconded.
Second by Ryan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now we need a CAM vote, I believe.
Thank you, everyone.
We-
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the CAM application of Susan and James Walsh. Again, although it's probably redundant, with the recommended stipulations that are mentioned on page 14 of 21 of this month's report.
Thank you, Chuck. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ryan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, next item, PZ 2315, bond release, Mason's Island Landing. This is a bond reduction release application for work performed under application PZ 0667, CNU and CAM for Mason's Island for the redevelopment of an existing 4.2 acre parcel into 5 duplexes and 3 single-family residences located at 2930 DuBois Drive, MBL 175-4-10, zones RM15 and RC 120. At the time of writing the report and application, I had not received any comment or review from the town engineer. That's changed. I did receive the town engineer's comments today, and that was provided in front of everyone. The application is originally for the full release of the 34,000 erosion and sedimentation control bond under that application. When I wrote the report, I assumed that if I didn't receive comment that the application was good to go. The memo in front of you in the email with photo attachment shows that the town engineer requests denial of this application, considering additional site items to modify the turf establishment, the BMPs, the stone splash pads, sediment on the pavement, and then the retained sediment in the catch basins.
Nothing like last minute information this time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend the commission deny the application as submitted based on the town engineer's comments.
Thank you, Ryan. Any second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Chuck, any further discussion? Sounds like there's some cleaning up to do and things get straightened away before. All those in favor of denial?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Clifton. Is the pleasure of the board to keep rolling with the public hearing, or would you like to take a 5-minute break? Keep rolling?
Keep going.
Okay. We will now enter the public hearing for the Old Mystic Fire District. Lynn, would you like just to, I guess, read in the pertinent part, maybe? Lynn, do you want to just, thank you.
Pursuant to general statutes of the state of Connecticut, revision of 1958, and all amendments thereto, and pursuant to zoning regulations for the town of Stonington, Connecticut, the Planning and Zoning Commission hereby gives notice that it will hold a public hearing at the Stonington Board of Education District Office, 40 Field Street, Pawcatuck, Connecticut, on Tuesday, July 18, 2023, at 7 p.m. on the following application. PZ 2309 SUP, Old Mystic Fire District, K. Richards. Special use permit application for the on-site placement of 2 mobile training trailers to facilitate training for firefighters. Property located on Main Street, Old Mystic, Assessors Map 166, Block 6, Lot 11, Zone RA20. The public hearing is being continued from June 6, 2023.
Thank you, Lynn. So, seated for this, my memory is Ryan, Deasy, Chuck Sheehan, myself, Ben Filbert. Gary, you were an alternate at that moment. Fred was gone. Lynn, you were seated, and I have Andy seated for Fred. So for this, you are now back seated, and alternates tonight will be Gary and Bennett. For those of you who don't know, there's a sign-up sheet at the front table here, I believe, for those who want to speak in favor, against, or general comments. We will first go with the applicant and see if he has presented, or they have presented, any new information. We'll have public input, in favor, opposed, general comments, rebuttal by the applicant if necessary. Thank you. Staff input, board questions, close, and hopefully we will get to a discussion with a vote this evening. With that, Chief Richards, are you ready to roll?
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for having us back for a continuance. At the last meeting, there was several issues brought up. I was asked to go out and look at several of the solutions for the issues brought up. Before I go into that, I would like to present the town planner with 240 signed petitions in favor of us to get the special use permit from residents of the town of Stonington.
240 signatures? All the same zip code? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Going back to the first meeting, the first concern that was brought up to our attention was the unrestricted access to the training tower. To address this issue, we ordered a ladder lock on June 7th, 2023, to restrict access to the training tower. The lock arrived the following Wednesday, June 14th, and was promptly installed that morning on the training trailer. Additional to that is as soon as the special use permit is granted, we have talked to Luther Fence. We're looking at putting a chain link fence around the stairwell that goes up to the training trailer. It would be chain link fence from the training trailer out to the front of the steps, across the front of the steps with a lockable gate, so there would be no access whatsoever to the trailer. But as of right now, we do have a ladder lock on the vertical ladder that goes up to the training tower, and there's a chain across the front that says, do not get on the thing. So that was brought up by one of the abutting neighbors. That was taken care of ASAP, as I promised. Regarding the concern for privacy screening along the southern portion of the property, I talked to that resident at 7 Smith Street. I've talked to him twice. We've met with 3 different landscape architects. We have 2 of 3 quotes looking to either install a 8-foot architectural fence or 8-foot arborvitaes on top of a 4-foot berm. The berm would be 4 foot high, 11 foot wide, and then either the 8-foot arborvitaes or the 8-foot fence would go on top of that, what would give you a total of a 12-foot screen on the southern border. The individual that brought that up at the last public hearing, I've been with him, I've talked to him. He's good with that. He prefers the arborvitaes. At this point, we're tending to go that direction because I just think 8-foot fence on top of a 4-foot berm is not going to fit within the community. It's going to be maintenance for us. The only color we can get it in is white, so we'll be maintaining it with power washing, etc. And it's only going to be 12 feet from the bottom to the top forever. Where if we do put arborvitaes in, even though they're going to be in the shaded area, they're not going to grow 3 foot a year if they're in full sun, but at least they're going to grow something, and over the years it's going to get higher than 12 feet.
Yes, Chuck?
Just a point on the 8-foot berm. 4-foot berm and the 8-foot fence. When you're building a berm, make sure as you build it, if it's not engineered, that it doesn't become an obstruction to stormwater. You have to create paths for stormwater to get through it. And usually that's just relief culverts that are installed along the way so that stormwater can get under the berm. So if it's not engineered, if it's engineered, the drawings will have a grading plan, will show you exactly where to put the passage for the water.
Okay.
If it's not, it's easy to figure out in the field, and just make sure that you don't create an impediment to stormwater, because you'll be solving one problem and immediately fixing or creating another.
Point well taken. It's quite the undertaking. After talking to the 2 landscape people, it's got to be 11 foot wide at the base and go up to the 4-foot mark, and it's got to be compacted along the way. So it's quite an undertaking, more than I was expecting it to be. Regarding the concern for the privacy, like I said, we went back to Serenzia. Serenzia redid a new site plan, which I submitted. You should have it in front of you. It has both options. It shows a fence and it also shows the arborvitae. It shows the 150 foot of berm and screening along the southern border. On June 12th, the Fire District Board President, Michael Pacheco, which is all the way to my left, and I met with the new town planner to further evaluate the property and training trailers. After this evaluation, Mike Pacheco, the board member, and myself also had an opportunity to meet with Mr. and Mrs. Wood to discuss their concerns that were brought up during the public hearing. Also, one of the things that got brought up at the last public hearing, at the request of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we have explored alternate site options for the training trailers, including Whittle's Gravel Pit on Yetters Road, Mystic Business Park at 800 Flanders Road, and at 130 Wells Road, which is property owned by the town of Groton. All three of those sites are not acceptable for what we're looking for. Two of the site, well, the gravel pit is, Mr. Whittle is just too busy. They got too many trucks coming in and out of there. He's not in favor of letting us use that. 800 Flanders Road, we have no public utilities up there as far as fire hydrants. We need a water source. That was Mr. Tim Talaska. I talked to him personally. Mr. Whittle was talked to by our assistant chief, which is our training officer sitting to my immediate left. In regarding 130 Wells Road, that's a town-owned piece of property. I personally talked to town manager Burt. That 8 acres in the building there would be okay. We do have a hydrant out in the street. We'd have to pull it in about 1,500 feet of new water main to come in. But that particular building in 8 acres is being used by the Town of Groton Board of Education for storage of equipment inside, and they're using the 8 acres for storage. So I did go out and look at the 3 sites. 2 of them were brought to me by the chair. I feel that we did our due diligence to meet that requirement of this commission. Training is an essential foundation for the Old Mystic Fire Department. The ability to effectively execute a rescue in a burning building or any other kind of rescue is dependent on the skills honed by our members. Upon review of the first 6 months of 2023, we conducted 1 Class A burn at the current location. That was the night that we had the smoke. We opened the vent before we got the fire hot enough to vent completely. We did do 7? We did do 7 live burns that night, and that first one was the only one that put any kind of significant smoke into the area. All the rest of the burns, the trailer did what it's designed to do. The smoke went straight up in the air and dissipated. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that. We readily admit that the first time we opened it up sooner than we should have, and we got some smoke down low, but the other 7, we didn't have any significant issues. So I guess what I'm getting at is when we do a live burn, it's only about 3% of our total training for the entire year. For the 2022 calendar year, we did 1 live burn when it was located at the oral school. So 1 in 2022, we did 1 in 2023. We like to do our burns in late fall and in winter. There's a reason for that. It's for the heat with our people, with our turnout gear, and also the environmental conditions. In the colder weather, the smoke's gonna go straight up. It's not gonna hang low like during the summer with the humidity in the air. So I just wanted to make sure that was understood, that our live burns are usually done in the fall and winter and early spring. We don't do them in the summer, etc. Also, I'd like to just remind everybody that fiscally we've invested $20,000 into this project so far. As I mentioned in the first public hearing, We were evicted out of the Oral School property up on Oral School Road. I mean, to the point where I kept pushing the limit, because we were trying to figure out where we're going to move these things to. And it finally got to the point where I got an email that said, look, you need to get them out of there ASAP, or we'll get them out of there, we'll take them. So we were kind of behind a rock and a hard spot. So that cost us $20,000 to move them down to where they were. The actual burn trailer that's down there now was on that site between 2007 and 2012, before we moved it up to the Oral School. And during that period of time from 2007 to 2012, we didn't have any significant complaints or problems with the immediate neighbors at that time. So we got $20,000 into moving them. To do the berm we're talking about with either the arborvitaes, which I think the arborvitaes is the way to go. I think it's much more pleasing to the community. The gentleman at 7 Smith Street is definitely in favor of the arborvitaes other than a white fence. We're looking at another $19,000 to make that happen with the berm. So we got a significant amount of money we're investing into this project. The Old Mystic Fire Department has been using this site since 1961 for training its members and other members from local fire departments. The Class A burn trailer, as I said, was on the site from 2007 to 2012. And it is our hope to continue fostering the great relationship with our neighbors, while also training our members in other departments as we have in the past. We have worked very hard with both the town of Stonington and the neighbors on this project, and respectfully ask that we be granted the special use permit to continue the use of the property that we've had in the past for the vital purpose of better serving our community. I also sent a package out to the Planning and Zoning Office with the letter that I just briefly went through, with pictures in the back of it that shows the type of training we do with the technical rescue trailer. And we also been using that area for our propane props, which is a picture of, we have a car that is run by propane. You don't have any smoke or anything. We have a gas grill prop. I have some pictures of us doing training on the technical rescue trailer. We're one of 2 of the main fast teams in the area. Our job as a fast team is to go to the scene of a structure fire. And if a firefighter gets hurt or trapped, our job is to enter that building, find that individual that's down from the fire department, take care of them, protect them in place, and then get them out of the building. There's pictures of us using some of our training on our skills of getting people through windows if we have to, bringing them downstairs. I just kind of wanted to give you some pictures to give you a flavor of exactly the important training we actually do on this site. So we also have I have a picture here of when we had our technical trench rescue program put on by the state. We actually dug a trench in the parking lot, and we have the shoring in there, and etc. So we try very, very hard to do what's right for our community. We have integrity, commitment, and compassion on all of our apparatus. That's our Bible in the Old Mystic Fire Department, and we don't intend to vary from that. And we want to have a good relationship with our neighbors. We want to work with our neighbors so we can better serve the entire community. And it's not just Old Mystic that's affected by this training site. This training site has had every fire department in the town of Stonington at it with us to train, North Stonington, and departments from Groton. So we feel very strongly that it's a piece of land that's used for a very, very good source. And I think it's proven itself 100-fold over from what we have done in Old Mystic and what other departments in the area have done serving their community from the training they've received at our training site. So I would respectfully ask that you seriously consider what we do there, what we've been doing since 1961, and approve the special use permit. Just to go back, I said it at the first meeting, we sent letters out to more than just the adjoining neighbors. I have a copy of one of them with me tonight. Before we had to go for the special use permit, I went to the town. I talked to the people in planning. At that time, there was the former planner was there. The former planner came out, walked the site. They gave us the dimensions that the setbacks we were supposed to be from our property lines. We tripled those when we set the trailers. At this point in time, one of the trailers is 2 foot shy of it. When they got a hold of me like a week later and said, look, we overlooked something. You actually need to get a special use permit. So instead of being 35 feet off the back property line, we're 33 and change off of it. I've made arrangements to get that trailer moved to that 35-foot mark. That is ready to go. I just need to make the phone call to make that happen. So we didn't just take these trailers and out of whim and just put them down there and hope we were doing the right thing or hope nobody would have a problem with it. I actually went through the process, went to the people that I thought I had to go to, and we were very confident we were doing exactly what we were supposed to do. And then we got called a week later and said, look, we overlooked something. You need a special use permit. So nothing was done underhanded. Nothing was trying to get brushed under the rug. We were very much upfront with this, and we tried to do everything we possibly had to do, and we still stand on that commitment.
Thank you, Chief. Other questions from the commission?
No question.
Lynn?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So, you train other fire departments both within Stonington and outside of Stonington, correct?
Correct. Not on a regular basis, but we have done it.
Yeah.
We've had requests for them to come. The main training we do across the street for I have my training officer right here. I deliberately brought him tonight to ask these type of questions.
Okay.
But mostly the training we do across the street, and correct me if I'm wrong, other departments request the propane props, the car fire, the grill fire. We have propane tanks like you'd have on the side of your house. That's mostly what other departments ask us to help them out on.
Okay, so are those type of trainings that you just spoke about that actually have the fire, how many times do they take place during the course of a year?
Hi, I'm Keith Richards. I'm the assistant chief. I'm in charge of training and operations. Those devices on that property, it ranges quite a bit. Those ones I probably use closer to 5 or 6 times a year.
Okay.
They do not provide or put off any smoke. They use propane. I actually have quite a few times. Neighbors have actually shown up. They set out lawn chairs at a safe distance and watch us train. And if there's children there, I've gone over and explained what we're doing. The nice part about those, the next closest place to train on a similar type piece of equipment is in Windsor Locks at the State Fire Academy. And the State Fire Academy actually came to Old Mystic to review those props to consider purchasing similar props. Okay. Those were bought with a grant. We paid 5% of close to a $200,000 bill. And again, there's in the state of Connecticut, that's the only version of those there is. There are some other larger and not quite as usable props, but they are at up in Windsor Locks.
Okay, so let's just say in general, the type of training that involves props and fire 10 times a year. Let's just
That'd be fair.
7 to 10 times a year. And then the other trainings that you do, how often do they take place?
So our training happens every Monday night, unless it's a federal holiday. With the exception of the second Monday of the month, we do a training. We do a follow-up training as close to the same topic as we can, given state and federal requirements for staffing. On Tuesday mornings, for those of our members who work second and third shift. Not every training is done at that facility. We do some of our training across the street indoors, where we have a large training facility room. And then we do technical rescue across the street, hazardous materials, search and rescue, forcible entry, high angle rescue. Pretty much every discipline we do, with the exception of water rescue, we do on that site.
So are you thinking 52 trainings a year take place in the parking lot?
Not quite that high. Again, it varies. So at most, I would probably have 2 a month that would be at that property that are my fire or rescue trainings. One out of the 4 weeks, 1 week is EMS training, which typically held indoors.
Yeah.
Although we'll be parked across the street.
Yeah.
The second week is our EMS, and then there's 2 following weeks, and they could be in our district, throughout the district. Actually, Mr. Latazori that was here earlier, when we have a large facility like that, not only being built, but once it's done being built, we take a training night to familiarize our members with those buildings. So 52 would be probably extremely high.
Okay. So
At least lower than half of that.
Okay, good. So I'm just trying to get a sense of the frequency of the trailers being used and the parking lot being used for training. And I'm getting a sense now that it goes to about 20, 25 times a year. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
For the use of
Parking
the
lot?
large trailers,
Yeah, and
that's
the trailer.
correct.
Okay.
We do small trainings here or there, company-wide,
Okay.
but it's not
Yeah, I'm
every single day.
focusing in on those trailers. Okay.
Yes.
And then you indicated that some of the time you have people come from various areas of the state due to your expertise, correct? Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the last meeting, we talked about different locations, and we talked about locations that I believe were in other parts of Stonington even. And I understand, Chief, you said that you didn't want to do that because then your fire department, your firemen would all be someplace else in case there was a fire in Old Mystic. Right?
Or an emergency, anything.
Or an
right.
emergency.
Correct.
But do all of your people attend all the trainings?
I can't say that every training we have 100% attendance.
Right.
I mean, our average training night is probably 20 to 25. 20 to 25 members. Last night we...
Yeah, but as a percentage of your...
Oh, we probably, at our training nights, we probably average 75 to 80% of our members.
Okay. And do most of your members live in Old Mystic?
No.
Oh.
We do. We have members that live in Old Mystic, but we also have members that live outside of the Old Mystic Fire District.
Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here, and I understand that at this point you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. You moved things off-site. It was a better site. You wanted to keep it there, but circumstances made you put it back on the original site. And you've investigated 3 additional sites, 2 of which the chair brought forward. And when we questioned about other possibilities, I think the answer was basically, well, they would be too far away. But what I'm hearing now is that you have people come from all over the place to come here. So what are those fire departments doing? And if most of your people don't even live within Old Mystic, does it really matter if they're 10 miles away in another section of town? I'm just trying to understand. And also my other point is, if you're making an investment of $50,000 and you're indicating this is not going to be a permanent thing, this is just to kind of get you by until you can find a place, that's a big investment. So I'm just not following the whole logic.
Actually, where we are right now is an ideal spot because we have bathrooms across the street. We have a training room upstairs in that firehouse. We have a commercial kitchen that we can feed our people. The lot across the street has a light up on the telephone pole that lights it up all the time. So actually, it's a very convenient spot. When we went to the oral school, the entire plan we got the oral school and we kept the burn trailer at the location it's at now across the street from the firehouse for quite a while before we moved it up there. Mm-hmm. The oral school site was planned to be developed into a fire school. That got pulled out from underneath us when the state decided they were going to sell the oral school to develop it. And the town of Groton at the time said, well, to the state, you're not going to be able to sell that piece of property with a fire training school right next door. So we had full plans to put a 4-story training tower up at the oral school, classrooms, bathrooms, showers, storage facilities for all of our props and everything. So that went away on us. But the oral school was not as good a site as where we are now across from Station 1, but it was gonna be a better site if everything went through with the training tower and everything else. Also, one of the things that got brought up at our last meeting was notification. We fully plan on sending out monthly training calendars, which I have here if anybody wants to look at it, which will say exactly what we're going to do, and if we're going to be across the street, we'll highlight it. I've already talked with the deputy chief, Todd Olson from the Stonington Police Department. We have permission to use reverse 911. If we're going to do a live burn, we're going to actually be burning across the street from Station 1. We will do a reverse 911 5 days before the burn, and we'll do a second reverse 911 to the neighbors 48 hours before the burn. So we've
Right, I understand that, but my question, and now what you've expanded upon, saying this is really the ideal site, makes me feel that this is more of a permanent thing versus that this is to get you by. So is that still correct?
If something better comes up, I'm not saying we wouldn't jump. But as of right now, there's nothing out there that we can really go to.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But I lost my train of thought. But I mean, I think we've really, really covered our bases here and tried to do what we need to do to satisfy our neighbors, be good neighbors. I mean, I think the reverse 911, 5 days before, 48 hours before, sending out our training calendars to everybody, whether it be by mail or by email. We can make an email tree. I think we're really, really going the extra mile to try to be good neighbors here. And at the end of the day, we've got a lot of people out there that have gone through our training program that are doing a great service to the community, and we would really like to maintain that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I had a few things that I wanted to bring up. So, being in the RA20 district, I was just, I didn't know what the zoning said about, firehouses in general. I never did find that, but, as far as the allowed uses in the RA20 district, there's nothing comparable. I don't know what you would even call this exactly, but, the town does have, our current zoning prohibits anything, any use in town from emitting smoke that's darker than something on some scale. I forget how that was measured. And so I'm just a little bit nervous about the weight of the discretion that we would be bringing to any decision around this, because it seems like the answer is not clear. And it seems like it may be a problem for some neighbors. And despite the great benefits of it, I'm just not sure that we have the authority to say this is okay in RA20.
Thank you, Andy. And to Lynn's point, the special use permit is forever. I mean, it's not, we can't put a time limit on it. Good point, Andy. I don't know. That's what we'll have to deduce.
And the other question I had was about the floodlights that were mentioned last time. I know lighting comes up a lot in discussions around here, and I was wondering if there was any information. If I don't expect that you guys have, you know, the lighting maps and all of that, but you know, it seems like something that we would look at in more detail under normal circumstances.
Well, is there winter training with the floodlights? Because there is quite a floodlight unit on those trailers.
Yeah, well, once it starts getting dark, or it starts, you know, not dark, but starts getting dark, yeah, we put them on. We've kicked them all straight, they're all straight down right now, so they're gonna stay within, I mean, I can't guarantee you they're gonna go off the property, but they're not on 45s or out. I mean, we've dropped them, you know, 90 degrees to the ground, so I mean, we've addressed that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I was going to move into the public comment phase.
Sir, the light that the chief was referring to before is actually a street lamp that was installed by CL&P before they became Eversource.
I was talking about something we discussed at the last.
I just want to make sure we were on that same one.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the floodlights you used during, which I saw on the trailer. All righty, I thought I'd move into the public comments. Oh, boy. Georgia Heary, 32 North Stonington Road? I'm sorry if I mangled your name. Well, thank you, Frank.
Short, yeah. Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. So my name is Giorgia Neri and I live in 32 North Stonington Road. This make me and my family
It's either not turned, is the green light on?
Yes, it is.
Well, they're going to have to move a little bit closer to your voice, please.
Okay.
I'm getting waves from the back. We can't hear you.
Is that better? Yeah? Okay. So my name is Giorgia Neri and I live in 32 North Stonington Road. This make me and my family the immediate next to the site. We moved in Old Mystic 8 years ago, and we immediately fell in love with our sweet and quiet spot. Beautiful neighbor, great schools, and wonderful community. It's very important for me to stress the fact that we really appreciate the work and the presence of Old Mystic Fire Department. They've been the heart of the community since 1960, and we do understand the importance for the training. Our kids have always been fascinated by the training practice, and they always watch them for our garden or our windows. We've been enjoying the many initiatives that the fire department have organized for the kids, and they've always been informative and very fun. I'm personally against the special use of permit for the training trailers for several reasons. First of all, the neighborhood aesthetic. I don't believe that exterior painting and additional tree can make the trailer easier on the eye. Looking back when we bought the house 8 years ago, if those trailers were already there, we will definitely have to reconsider our investment. Therefore, I'm wondering how that will affect house pricing and the value of our home in the future. Health and environmental concern. I witnessed the training trailer in action when they were used without temporary permit on March the 20th. The smoke was significant that although I'm aware of the periodically training practice, I ran outside the house because I thought that one of the neighbor houses was on fire. But I guess that's what the training trailers are for, is a simulation of fire. I cannot help to point out how this will affect also our air quality. Specifically for us, unfortunately, that we already face major health conditions. In addition, as far as we understood, we couldn't find any plan on how they are going to dispose the debris and how that will affect the Mystic River nearby. Also, even if we are notified when that will happen, meaning like the date of the training, the idea that we need to close our window and have to stay inside because of our fire training, it feels restricted for us, to say at least. I feel like in all this process, there was a general lack of communication in a timely manner. We were notified of the temporary presence of the training trailers after they arrived on site. The trailers have been used without a permit, and we didn't let us know that was going to happen that day. In the previous meeting, the fire department was supposed to remove the stairs because they were a clear hazard, but the stairs are still there. So I cannot help to wonder that if a permanent permit will be granted, that the fire department will only use the facility 3-4 times a year, as stated. Instead, if they had removed or secured the stairs, if they had already dealt with all the aesthetic changes, or if they had taken the time to notify us when the training was, I wouldn't have developed that kind of mistrust that I have towards this project at the moment. The Old Mystic Fire Department had all my gratitude for what they do and for their training. That is very important. But I don't believe that this is the right place and site for a training trailer. Thank you.
Thank you. Len Petta?
My name is Len Peta. I live at 34 North Stonington Road. I spoke at the meeting you had here 40 days ago, and I'm glad to see a lot of the issues have been addressed in regards. I am somewhat confused in the talk of the berms and the trees. Will the trailers still be seen from the street? Well, okay, and that is, I find that not acceptable. It's changed the whole look of the community from a residential area of older houses, 1700s, being restored and rebuilt, and you go around the corner and it looks like an industrial zone. And everything else has been addressed, and I'm okay with everything else, but the looks of living in an industrial zone, I feel that's devalued the properties tremendously. And I wish another site could be found. And granting a special use permit is a lifetime giveaway or a lifetime commitment. And I don't feel that they'll ever leave the area once a special permit is issued. And I do not see our values of our property going up any higher, because it's an unsightly thing to look at when you come around that corner. And I only see about 4 or 5 people here that live in the community. I understand the fire district's a very large area, and it covers people miles and miles away. I certainly hope all the commission has gone to the site and looked at it. And I guess the real question is, would you want to live in that area? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Jeffrey Wood.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yep. Okay. My name is Jeffrey Wood. I live at 32 North Stonington Road. And thanks for giving the opportunity to speak today with regards to the special use permit. First of all, I want to thank the firefighters, both professional and volunteer. They put in countless hours to protect our communities. There are very few people that have not been touched by interactions with the fire department. For example, the very recent fire that hit Mystic Marina was tragic, but the fast and effective intervention of first responders meant that damage was contained and there were no injuries reported. In a very personal incident in 2017, my wife and I were rear-ended by a car going 50 miles an hour. Though we were thrown across the road and knocked unconscious, the first person on the scene was an off-duty firefighter. They acted quickly, courageously to help us in our time of need. We do not know his name, but he exemplifies the heroic nature of first responders. Today before us is an application for the use of 2 trailers on Main Street, one to simulate a live burn room and the other to simulate close quarter obstacle escape training. These 2 trainers will supplement ongoing training activities at the site, which include simulated car rescues, propane burn evolutions, and driver training. While there's not a person in here who does not want to have highly trained first responders, as my own personal statement attests, we're not here to discuss if firefighters should be trained, but to ask whether this solution is the most suitable for the hardworking men and women of the fire department and the community that surrounds the sites. As the chief has explained, this site is now intended to serve not only the Old Mystic Fire Department, but also surrounding districts, and therefore we need to carefully consider the suitability of the site and long-term impacts of having a training facility located there. With regards to suitability of the site for training, I wanted to make some key points that I'd like the committee to take into consideration. These include the effects of the aesthetics on the neighbourhood, safety of the site for children, traffic and the surrounding homes, and the potential effect on the environment. Section 215 of the zoning regulations states that architectural design review of site plans and special use permits provides guidance with the objective of promoting development projects that are in harmony with Stonington's architectural heritage and which preserve and improve the appearance, beauty and character of the community. In my opinion, in its current form, the site plans do not appear to preserve the beauty and character of Old Mystic. The additions to the site plan since June 6 meeting do not address that the trailers are in clear view of the street and all the traffic that passes by. In the context of the location of the site, which is right in the middle of downtown Old Mystic, includes several historic buildings, including the general store, the bed and breakfast of 1784, the house of 1833, a number of colonial houses from the 18th century, and it is also a short walk to the historic and much loved Clyde cider mill. Here I submit several photographs excuse me. Here I submit several photographs of these homes and contrast it with a street view of the proposed trailers, which will not be obscured by the current site plan, and painting of the trailers that will subject to the intense heat of their use does not seem to be a long-term effective solution. As others have mentioned, we spend vast amounts of time and money keeping our home and gardens looking impeccable. For example, this year I spent $60,000 replacing our roof from traditional asphalt to fiberglass, another $6,000 upgrading our cedar siding. If the special use permit is granted, it leaves us next to a semi-industrial site, which clearly will affect the aesthetics of the area and home values. As Regulation 645 states, for granting use of special permits, no adverse effect will result to the character of the district, property values, historic features, prosperity, nor to the public health, safety and welfare of the residents of the area or town. This statement about health and safety nicely segues into another key question about the suitability of the site and the expansion to include surrounding fire districts. As mentioned at the previous hearing, I brought to the committee's attention the potential hazards of the site and its current layout. The committee concluded that one of the trailers, which includes the second-story escape training facility, should be secured within 24 hours of the hearing. As I submitted to the town duly after the expiry of this date, the site was not secured, and more than a month later, it has still not been dealt with. The National Fire Protection Association publishes standard booklets for the construction and operation of fire training facilities, such as what is proposed here. I submit booklets 1402 and 1403 that sets out these standards. Section 521, A521 of 1402 states that these sites should be capable of restricting access to unauthorized personnel. This could include a perimeter fence, lockable buildings, security cameras, and security lighting. I contend that if such security measures are properly introduced to the site, Then access to the site will be made safe for my children, who have been patiently waiting over there, and others in the neighborhood. Then access to the site will be made safe, which also includes a scout troop that frequently uses the lots. Will have two primary unintended consequences. First, it will restrict the number of people who can come to the site for training, as it directly impinges on the current parking facilities. This appears to defeat one of the primary purposes of the site, to prepare our volunteers to the best of their abilities and include other districts in training. Additionally, security fencing and lighting, if so introduced, will further impact the aesthetics and value of our homes even further than already discussed. The final health and safety aspect I'd like to address is the smoke. As stated by others already, the burn room produces vast amounts of smoke, and it's already been shown to cover many homes. I'm not going to reiterate it here, but I'd like to say that it has personal consequences for myself, since I suffer from a terminal blood disease. A letter to the committee, I believe, was sent from my oncologist, but in the case it was not received, I submit it for you for review. In addition to the people who might be affected by the smoke, we also have 2 registered beehives on our property. I have the registration documents. We've worked very hard and invested thousands of dollars into the 80,000 plus pollinators to keep them alive and thriving, but they will also be in direct line of the smoke given off by the burn room. Even if we're given 5 days notice about whether or not this activity will be undertaken, I fail to see how we're supposed to undertake any preventative measures for our own health and also that of the hives. It also appears to me that saying that the smoke just simply goes up is not a realistic representation of what happens with a prevailing southwesterly wind. Finally, to the environmental aspects, according to the town of Stonington, the entire site is within the 2013 FEMA flood zone, partially covered by the coastal management area, and has stormwater runoff that directly connects to Whitford Brook and the head of the Mystic River. With climate action clearly at the forefront of the news at the moment, with air quality alerts across continental USA, the floods in Connecticut over the weekend, we need to be especially concerned with potential environmental impacts of our decisions. The National Fire Protection Association has recognized this for many years. The 1402 and 1403 standards, as already submitted, details these aspects as well. Obviously, I cannot go over all the recommendations from those standards tonight, but as stated in 1402, B342, when selecting a site for training, it is important to ensure that the training center is environmentally safe. Factors should be considered from an environmental aspect of water, air, and the soil. B3423 states disposal of wastewater should be addressed. Provision should be made for separation of contaminants from the runoff. The location of the site will ensure the runoff from the use of the water and surfactants will carry debris deposited on the site directly into the Mystic River. This will include, but is not limited to, the contaminated water from the burn room, which, although uses Class A substances like pellets and grass, still heavily contains toxic hydrocarbons. The other training activities also distribute rubber, microplastics, and glass. A photo of Sunday's rain clearly shows the runoff from the site going directly into the brook. The Natural Diversity Database indicates that this runoff will be in direct contact with 2 species of concern, the blueback herring and the banded sunfish. I submit this finding from DEEP. For the committee's review. As it states in 646 of granting special use permits, no deleterious impact or irretrievable environmental resources will result. The current site plan does not take the potential impacts into account, has no separation facility or drafting areas as recommended by the 1402 standards. A final word before I close. A lot of things I've mentioned may sound theoretical and bureaucratical, but there exists an approved site for almost an identical facility in the town of Groton on Long Point Road. Like the current proposal, it is not just for firefighters of this district, but for others in the surrounding districts. However, unlike the current site, the site in Groton addresses many of the concerns I've raised. For example, it is set back from the road, it is not visible by pedestrians or traffic, it's on a 29-acre block, the closest residential house is about 1,000 feet away. The proposed burn room area at that site stipulates that it can only be operated on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to prevent town workers at the annex building from being affected. The plan also contains runoff facilities and containment tanks. It is not accessible by the public and contains an environmental impact statement and measures for mitigation of those impacts. It is also fully supported by the Old Mystic Fire Department, as stated in a letter from August 13th, 2019.
Excuse me, where was that location?
Long Point Road.
Where's Long Point Road?
But in the Town Hall Annex area. So I have the site plan here for you to review, along with the letter. So, you know, our firefighters deserve a well thought out and extensive facility. They really do. They need to be able to train, but have a minimized impact to our community. Our local volunteers shouldn't have to travel large distances to be away from their families for extended amount of times. And this approved site at Groton checks many of these boxes, and I believe that the committee should compare that site with what's being proposed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Just one more thing.
Yes.
My neighbor at 34 North Stonington Road couldn't make it tonight. She dictated a statement to me, if I can read that in.
Yes.
Dear members of the Planning and Zoning Committee, my name is Nancy Petter, and I live at 34 North Stonington Road. I wanted to express my thanks to the committee for giving me the opportunity to have my statement read regarding the proposed special use permit application of 2 mobile training facilities on Main Street. I appreciate the committee's willingness to consider the input of community members like myself. First, I wanted to express my gratitude to the Old Mystic Fire Department for their invaluable contributions to our community. The dedication and sacrifices that they make are truly commendable. I had a personal encounter that exemplified their professionalism and commitment on the 17th of April earlier this year. One of my smoke alarms on the second floor started ringing at 2 a.m. Due to ongoing medical treatment and the absence of my husband, Len, who was out of town, I was unable to reach it myself. I called the fire department at approximately 5 in the morning and asked for help. They quickly responded, and about 6 firemen turned up and walked through the house, changed the batteries from their own supply, while also ensuring that the rest of the residents were safe. I was impressed by their professionalism and couldn't have been more grateful and relieved that they were able to help me resolve this distressful situation. Regrettably, I must share an incident related to the recently relocated mobile training facilities on Main Street, which was less than satisfactory. On the 20th of March 2023, in the early evening, I could see dense smoke just outside my storm door. With the amount of smoke that was there, I immediately thought that the next door neighbor's house was on fire, so I called 911. As it turns out, the smoke originated from the mobile training facilities. The smoke entered my house, and it took approximately 3 days to clear the smell. Later, I called the town and spoke with Candy Palmer to understand if there were scheduled trainings and how this could be avoided in the future. This happened in a small, well-populated village. Many of the residents were affected by the smoke. Several who are elderly and live alone. This is not okay. Finally, I wanted to state that Mystic and Old Mystic are beautiful New England towns. Many tourists come to the area to take in the charm and historic neighborhoods that we live in. As owners, we take great pride and care of the historical homes that we reside in. We certainly don't take this for granted and believe that we should be preserving the nature and history of our homes so they could be continued to be enjoyed by the many visitors that come to this area. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that. I think the next one is a Christina Foldy. Is that right?
Hi there. I did not imagine I will spend Tuesday night here. So first I will read my written statement and then I would like to address things they have said. Oops, and I just need to get my written statement. Oh, I can do that. Okay. This hearing is not about who supports or does not support the Old Mystic Fire Department. Of course, everybody supports and loves our firefighters. They are great. This hearing is about the proposed use of a parking lot in a residential neighborhood for firefighting training purposes, when more appropriate alternate sites do exist and could be used with firefighters from other stations, thus enhancing the training and collaboration between groups that are often called upon to work together. The training sessions at the proposed location would likely result in violation of noise ordinances, as well as create hazardous environmental issues from both air and water pollution. If firefighter foam is being used, it would also add the possibility of the introduction of cancerous PFAS particles into the air, water tables, rivers, and streams. The mission of the fire department is to protect us from fire damage, not to create unsafe conditions around or in our homes. The activities that have already happened without approval and any permit did cause such a disturbance in this neighborhood. We could smell the smoke in the air in our yards, and the smoke even entered our homes to the point that a smoke alarm was set off in at least one resident's house, which was 2 houses away from the proposed training site during an unauthorized exercise. This actually resulted in a 911 call, as you heard. Talk about irony. The fire department set the fire that set off the smoke alarm. The structures and the current vehicle located on the site are an eyesore and have already affected our property values. I hope you have seen them because they are a disgrace. Were it to become an approved active training site, the values would plummet even more and also become these houses around this training site unsellables. Would any of you want to live next to it? Would any of you buy a home next to it? Would they live next to it? This is a small community and the word is already out there. Of course, we need to have trained firefighters, but not when the training location is in the middle of a small neighborhood when there are alternate, more appropriate sites nearby. I am very good friends with Georgia and Geoff and their 2 little boys, Liam and Patrick. We go to each other's houses and enjoy being in the out of doors. I cannot even imagine how we could do this going forward if you give the fire department license to build a training facility right in their backyard. We couldn't even stay inside their home because of the smoke coming from the unauthorized training exercise. How can the neighbors possibly enjoy their leisure time in and around their homes when doing so will result in their inhaling smoke, having dirty water runoff coming into their yards, being audibly assaulted by the firemen yelling, running on and inside of these metal containers, and so on, burning metal. Just take a minute or two and imagine what it would be like to live next to a training facility for firemen with real fire between and extremely close to residential houses. That's what we have to do. They have other options, safe options, and much better options. Working with the Groton Fire Department, there are already plans on the table to build a safe facility located away from a residential neighborhood and therefore far from homes and families. We continue to support our fire department, as we always have, but we do not support allowing the construction and use of this training facility parking lot that will destroy the bucolic-like character of our neighborhood, as well as the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the quiet enjoyment we all seek and deserve in our homes. Thank you for listening. Respectfully yours.
Thank you very much.
I'm not done yet. So this is my written statement, and now I'd like to respond to what was said. Just a couple things I'd like to point out. The petition. Support Old Mystic Fire Department training efforts. Who would not sign that? Just please read the wording and what these people are supporting, because these people are not supporting what is happening. They are just supporting their training exercises, which everybody supports. And they have the right to. It's just the facility they are trying to build is not the right location. That takes care of that. So, as you pointed it out, and thank you for that, the RA20, I'm learning a lot about zoning, by the way, thank you. So the RA20 is developed as single-family house lots, and which should be maintained as such to preserve the character of the town. This is exactly against the zoning, the current zoning. And we have houses, the house we live in was built in 1844, and yes, we do live in the neighborhood. And we are affected by this, unlike the people who signed the petition and probably live in Pawcatuck and as far as, they don't even know. So this Old Mystic is a quaint little part of Mystic, residential, beautiful, quiet. And that's why we live there. Because we know our neighbors, we love our neighbors, we get together, we enjoy our lives. And this is at stake. And if you give them this special permit, I just learned it's for forever. And this is just the first step, because what they are stating, for example, putting a chain across the stairs with a lock, when they were asked to remove the stairs, but they put a chain across and a lock. Show me a 3-year-old or a teenager who won't go through that. That's not safety. These containers and the rusty truck, you can walk to them. You can climb on them. There is no safety. They are unattended. They are not guarded. There is nothing you cannot do there as of now. And they are a major eyesore. The other thing is that putting a chain link fence around, seriously? Can you imagine that? Having a chain link fence around their property? I mean, this is what's at stake. This is why I'm emotional, and this is our only one chance to stop this from happening. So, as we said, they have options. This is not the only option. And according to my knowledge, but you can correct me, we pay them from our taxes. So taxpayers' money support the fire department. We support the fire department. They are there to help us in need, and that's why they exist. And what they described in the previous meeting, 3-4 training per year. You heard how much it escalated just during this meeting. There is no limit. You don't know what's going to happen when you give the special permit. You don't know what will be moved into that lot. No matter what they say, you give the special permit, anything can happen. And it's already discussed that they will do at least 30 trainings, minimum of 30 trainings, when they have to close their windows, close their doors, and they have to stay inside their homes. They are prisoners of their homes, period. Oh, it's just so much. And yes, no training in the summer. You just did training in the summer. There's nothing to say about that. I'm sorry, it's very hard to read my scribbles. We did not hear about anything about this until the actual exercises started happening. They never approached us. They could say that we are out of the required, but actually anybody who is in the required didn't get notifications about what's going on, and they don't have a special permit, and they are already using that parking lot for training purposes. And as it was pointed out, they are spending $10,000s of dollars, lots and lots of money, when it's absolutely unnecessary, irresponsible, because they already have other options. They just don't want to consider it because it's more convenient just to walk over and do whatever they want to. It doesn't matter that we have to inhale that smoke. We have to deal with the water pollution. And there are no rules, no regulations. You just give them the permit and that's it. So nobody tells them what they can do and they cannot do. Yeah, I should stop now. But it's not an ideal spot. It's an ideal spot for them, but not for everybody else, and definitely not for the people who live around there. And it's just devastating, and we are devastated by this, because it's not about not supporting the fire department. It's about doing what's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina, very much. Alan Short?
Hello. So I also live at 84 Route 27, which is a stone's throw from the firehouse. And as Christina just said, we very much were aware of the smoke on March 20th. And but I don't want to be repetitive. I know that you've heard a lot of things. I agree with most of the things that have been said here. I want to point out that there is absolutely no provision in this plan whatsoever to deal with the runoff, and they stated that they need to be within access of fire hydrants. Where are they going to put all the water they pump out of those hydrants? Is it going to go in the creek that has 2 species of rare fish that are only found in that creek? Is that what they're going to do with the water? There's no provision, no tanks, no holding tanks, nothing. They're just planning to have the water go wherever it wants to go. That is not covered in their plan at all. I don't know why they don't want to take the Groton plan up. I don't know why what is wrong with the Groton plan. The only thing I can think of, unfortunately, is that maybe there's revenue involved, causing them to want to have all the other firehouses come to their particular location rather than Groton. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just throwing that out there. But at any rate, I'm most concerned about the water. I'm concerned about a chain link fence appearing down the block. I'm concerned about the smoke going into people's houses, and I'm concerned about the fact that there are 2 endangered species of fish that will most definitely be affected by runoff into that creek. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Andy Bellingham.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Ballingary,
and I'm a resident of Stonington, and I'm also a firefighter with the Old Mystic Fire Department. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, my name is Andy Bellingary. I'm a firefighter with the Old Mystic Fire Department, and I'm a resident of Stonington. So to me, the priority is safety in human life and property. In order to do our job, we have to train. And we have to train with equipment and situations that mirror the real situations. So we have to train with live fire. We have to understand fire behavior. So we have, and more than that, we have to understand fire behavior within an enclosed space, which means that that's why we have a training trailer, because what we do is we set fires inside the training trailer using pallets, wood, and hay. And we use water from the hydrants. There's nothing in the water, there's no toxic material. And we go inside this training trailer and we watch what the fire does. And again, you can't get that experience doing it outside. You have to be inside in a confined space. Training is very important because it keeps us safe. It also helps us keep you safe. Just lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. And it's not coming back.
Safety for the public, safety for you?
Right, it's really all about safety. And also, in order to do training, we need participation by as much of the department as possible. Therefore, and we also need to use our equipment. So our fire trucks, we need to train on the fire trucks. We need all that equipment and all the people to be in district. So if we had to go to a location out of district, so we had to go to someplace in Groton or someplace in Windsor Locks, it would drain the district with all of the members and all of the equipment. There would be nobody here left to do the job. Again, it's a matter of, again, safety and a matter of priorities. And I understand all of the speakers that have spoken, and I understand that, you know, from their own standpoint, this is not a good thing, and it may have some negative effect on them. But I also heard the presentation by the chief, and it seemed like most of the items that were issues with the people that spoke tonight have been addressed, and they will be addressed. And it sounds like the department is more than willing to do whatever it needs to do to make our neighbors happy. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Josh Welch?
Do you guys have
Well,
do you have a letter from Bob Mercer? I believe he wanted you to read that aloud at the meeting.
Last month?
Nope, at this meeting.
But nothing from Bob Mercer that I know of.
I received the letter. His emailed his request to read it out. I just saved it to our files.
It doesn't say please read this aloud?
No. But I did save it. It is on file.
Okay, so Bob Mercer, who's, I can't speak, he's lived in the community for 38 years. He wrote a letter in support of the application. Ann Page also wrote a letter in support of the application. Bob's letter, I believe, referenced the fact that while the burn trailer was there were never any complaints. He praised the department. But I would urge you to read that letter. He's lived in the community a long time. He understands, as an architect, some of the aesthetic issues that people are talking about, and he's in support of the application. So I'm a volunteer with the Old Mystic Fire Department. I wasn't a firefighter 3 years ago. Now I am because of the Old Mystic Fire Department. We have a farm on Al Harvey Road that we bought in 2001. and it's a beef cattle farm, and it's next to a gun club. And there's noise from the gun club. And people have moved onto the road and they've complained about the noise, and they say to me, well, shouldn't we? I'm like, well, it's the gun, it's always been there, the gun club, and it's not gonna go away. And this feels, I sympathize with the folks who are looking at the burn trailer and to whom this inconveniences, but this is, there's some trade-offs here that you all have to evaluate. This is about public safety. I wouldn't be a firefighter. Last year I went on, I don't know how many calls, between Mystic River Ambulance and Old Mystic Fire, maybe 200 calls. I wouldn't be a firefighter, I wouldn't be a volunteer, but for that training facility where we're able to train. So it isn't just training. As someone said, if we're training out of district, we're not able to respond to calls in district. So the trainings that we do at Station 1, we get calls regularly, we're there in 4 or 5 minutes. That's our response time. If we're going to be training in Groton, I think that's going to be hard to do. So I don't think it's easy, but I really think that there's no question in my mind that as a taxpayer, as a volunteer, as a community member, that it's really important to have that training facility right there. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
You did get a letter from Bob Mercer?
Yeah, and later when we got to potentially my section, I was going to mention I did receive letters from Bob Mercer and Ann Page in support of the application.
Okay, thank you. Tracy Swain.
Good evening. I sympathize tremendously with what all of these residents did go through when they did have their training months ago and the accidental smoke going through it. I listened to the presentation, which I thought was very well done. I listened to all the residents that live in Mystic, because I don't, I live in Pawcatuck. I know my Pawcatuck Fire Department does do training with Old Mystic as well as other fire departments in town. We do have the 6 districts in town. I did hear, the one thing that I did hear a lot of was the aesthetics, the looks. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Lynn or Andy might have brought up the fact of, or it might have been one of the residents, so please, my apologies, about the Architectural Design Review Board. They are members of our community, just like you guys are that sit up here at this board. Maybe a compromise possibly would be if these residents allowed the fire department to go to the Architectural Design Review Board, ask them if there are other designs that they possibly can come up with to make it aesthetically pleasing for the residents. I do know that Old Mystic splits between covering in Stonington and also in Groton, because that's the way their district works. And I'm also upset with the fact that the state of Connecticut chose to do what they did to the fire department by telling them, get your equipment off, move it out, you don't have any more time, and vacate. So I understand their anger. I think their anger needs to be a little bit more addressed to the state on the way the state handled this situation. They could have said to him, look, stay there, find a place that the community will allow you to go to. And the state didn't do that. So I think we need to, like I said, I think we need to look at that a little bit more and figure out how we can come to terms as to where they're going to go if they stay here, if you allow them to stay, or if they have to look for another place, or if they can go, like I said, to the Architecture Design Review Board and figure out something that's going to be, acceptable to them. The state does this an awful lot to all of us in town. They make these mandates, they make these decisions for us, and they kind of tie everybody's hands on the government end. And that's really not okay, in my mind. So, if that's something that you guys can come up with and maybe they will agree to it, I think it's an option for everybody this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. John Morris.
Hi there, thank you all. And also let me just say thank you all for your service here on this committee as well. And thank you all and to the residents as well. I'm John Morris. I live on Al Harvey Road. I've lived there for 20 years, over 20 years. I am in favor of the proposal to allow the fire department to train on its land under the direction and advice of this committee. My understanding about the training, I just want to sort of talk about that a little bit briefly for clarification for everybody here. There is, as the firefighters mentioned, training where they do a live burn, but many of the trainings do not require burning anything at all whatsoever. They train for responding to car accidents, and I can say that there have been 4 of those on Al Harvey Road just since we've been living there. I think at least 1 fatality. They train doing things like pulling hoses, hooking up hydrants, putting up ladders, doing medical emergencies, and furthermore, these first responders also put themselves at risk for us. So their training also handles how firefighters save themselves. Again, that's something that is not really requiring any kind of a major disturbance to the community. So there's many of these other aspects, and I think the committee probably would be wise to maybe get some of the specific statistics in terms of, when we did talk about like the few instances of when there's smoke, but my understanding is many of these other trainings don't really require a lot of things like, big floodlights or any other kind of, major disturbance. I think as was sort of somewhat alluded to, but I'm going to also back it up here. We may think that these guys can go to special facilities to train, but I would just point out that my understanding is a very high percentage of the people who are on duty are actually volunteers. And they do this on their own time. They do this away from their families. And yes, the distance away from their, if the committee were to recommend or these guys would have to move further away, distance would be a very big factor. You're just not going to get the volunteers. So I think it's pretty straightforward. If the community doesn't provide for serious training that is required, the department is going to have to find invariably some place that's much more expensive. And you aren't going to have essentially well-trained but free volunteers, which is also going to add significantly to the cost. I assume we all want the protection. I think otherwise, if we're going to find some other solution that's extensively different from what this department is talking about, what this fire department is talking about, I would have to think the expenses are going to go up and probably likely the taxes as well. So I want to put that in, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Sharon Van Dyson? Yes. Hope I pronounced it right? Yes. Close.
My name is Sharon Van Dyson. I live on Route 27, and I am one of those old home owners that are very proud. I live alone in my home. You might see me out with the snow starting to come down with shovel, paintbrush, you name it. I'm not afraid to climb on ladders, and there's just something special about Mystic. Been there for 5 years. I took a drive today. I don't go down to the firehouse in that area often. And I heard this meeting was happening and was concerned, and it's just amazing, It's like stepping back in time. You go down past the post office, and these homes are they're magnificent. They're all just freshly painted, the grounds are beautiful. And then suddenly, and it's just one after another. So unique, so old mystic. And then you round the corner and just kind of takes your breath away. It just felt so wrong to me. I have the utmost respect for all firefighters everywhere. They give our lives, their lives, for us. Risk every day. My son is a volunteer firefighter now for maybe 6 years. He is in Connecticut, close by. He says that he trains in Rhode Island. Do we know how far that is? Is that closer than Oakdale? No. Okay. I didn't find that out. So I would wonder how vast your search was and who aided you in this challenge that you face, and how deep and long and wide did you look? Because it seems like we want what we want. We don't want to bend, and we're not hearing you. And if you drive down there, would you want to live there? I want to know how you check for safety with what you're burning, please.
They can have a rebuttal at the end of your statement. They will they will answer your questions.
Okay, because that's a concern. I understand it's pallets and also hay. And just wondering, because I understand that there's simulations that happen where you may hang curtains, rugs, furniture, couches, and so much has been addressed of what I feel is important. I have a garden. We are next to a lovely water source. I mean, water runs, and I won't be long. It's very late. But let me just look at this quickly, please. If I had to live where they live, and I'm glad I don't, it would sadden me beyond words, I guess. Wasn't what I bought into. I'm glad that I'm far enough away that I don't have to see it. But that doesn't mean I don't have to breathe it either. Air travels, particles fly, as we all know from this latest disaster. Anyone with asthma, COPD, cancer? So I guess the important thing is, I just think it's a wrong fit for our community. And there has to be a place. It does not belong in Old Mystic, everything that it stands for. And I would hope you would take the time to drive by there. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sharon. My understanding is Josh Welch will read Mr. Mercer and Ms. Page's letters. Is that correct? Yes, please. Come on up. Come on up quickly. Thank you.
Does everyone at these trainings have to, go together? Do we all have to go together? Can it not be split up in groups of 10 or?
We'll let the
just a thought.
We'll let the chief answer that during his rebuttal. Okay. That's a good question. Thank you.
So there are two letters that were sent to the commission with the caveat that they be read aloud at the meeting, because these two folks are residents of Old Mystic and they're unable to be here. So from Bob Mercer, dear Mr. Philbrick and commission members, I'm writing this letter in support of the Old Mystic Fire Department special use permit application for the on-site placement of 2 mobile training trailers to facilitate training for firefighters, property located on. I have personally been a resident of Old Mystic since 1978, and in 1990 located my architectural office to 135 Route 27, right in the center of Old Mystic, not far from the site in question. In these 45 years, I have never heard any complaints regarding our OMFD, only admiration under the leadership of Chief Ken Richards. Chief Richards believes in training his volunteers and his officers, and much training has been done on the property in question with no complaints of which I am aware. We are so fortunate to have the dedication this department has in keeping our community safe with incredible response time to accidents, fires, and other emergencies. We should, as a community, do all we can to support the goals of the Old Mystic Fire Department. Thank you as commission members for serving our community. I hope you vote in favor of this application. So that was from Bob Mercer. And Ann Page writes, I'll skip the I'm writing this letter in support of bit. I've been a resident of Old Mystic for 20 years and live at 4 Mill Street. For the past 8 years, I have been the president of the Old Mystic Community Association. However, I am writing this letter of support without gathering the members. We are a very independent association and only gather when necessary. I am hoping there will be enough individual support of our Old Mystic Fire Department that we don't need to meet. I have had numerous occasions to interface with the Old Mystic Fire Department, and in particular Chief Ken Richards. Chief Richards is one of the most respected people in our community. We should support his desire to maintain the highest level of training for our community. I hope you vote in favor of his application. Sincerely.
Thank you very much. Chief, would you like to have some rebuttal time? Oh, please, just state your name, please, and your address. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm Marcel Dufresne. I live at 6 North Stonington Road in Old Mystic. I am at the northeast corner of Groton, the last house in the northeast corner of Groton, right before you cross over into Stonington. I did not come here with the intent of speaking for or against. I was not aware of the initial public hearing. For some reason, Ken, I didn't get a notice, even though I guess technically I'm not in Stonington, so I'm not in a butter, so I may not have gotten notice. I heard of it, saw the petition at the post office. I got calls from a few neighbors, and I came tonight to listen. And I actually can see the location from across, from my deck, 9 months out of the year when the leaves are not there. So I can see and hear pretty much everything that goes on there. I consider myself a friend of the department. Ken and I were neighbors at one time. We've had a few disagreements, minor disagreements over the years, but I worked with Ken trying to get the North Stonington Bridge, road bridge opened, came to speak to the selectmen here in town. In support of that, I gathered hundreds of signatures for petitions. So, you know, I do consider myself a friend of the department, and I hope they feel the same way. And I think, just to start, I think a couple of things are not in dispute. One is that we want our fire department to have great training. That's not an argument. And that Old Mystic residents support the department, I think, in most ways. And Ken does incredible outreach. I have his cell phone number, which he probably regrets giving to me at one time. But, you know, I use it sparingly. And I've had personal experiences with departments responding to my mother-in-law, who was elderly. You know, I can't speak more highly about the department. But I have to say that I've heard some really compelling arguments here tonight. I don't think it's in dispute either that it is unsightly. It does look like an industrial area. If I saw that before I moved here, I don't know if I would have still, without knowing more, moved to the area. And as I said, I can see the lot pretty much 9 months of the year. a number of arguments by the residents who live even closer than I am and probably had the experience of the smoke, including Jeffrey Wood and his family. I'm pretty touched by those, and I do think what I've kind of concluded is I honestly don't, and with all respect to Ken, I'm not sure enough of a search and an independent or quasi-independent search for other locations. I don't think it's been sufficient so far. I think there are probably other locations, and to ask the department to evaluate all these sites without any other input from other experts in town, other chiefs, I don't think that's the wise way to go, because I think we have other options. And as people have pointed out, the permit they're asking for is permanent. And without some active impetus for other locations to be sought and reviewed, I don't know what's so pressing that this has to happen now. And I don't know, in your wisdom as a committee, how much leeway you have to commission like a sub-study group to really look at this and look at some other thing. You know, when people who are not in the proximity of the area tell me, well, you know, it's all about we need a great trained department, I don't think that's the issue. I think is how much are the really close neighbors to this? And I don't consider myself that close a neighbor, although I can see it. How much is it worth to them? You know, one gentleman said the taxes might go up. So what he's essentially saying is that let the people who are suffering through, you know, the smoke and the aesthetics and the safety issues, let them pay the price and not let you know, we'll take the burden. Where I think the fairer thing is if we have to pay more as Old Mystic taxpayers into the fire department or residents of Groton or Stonington, then I think then if the price goes up, then all taxpayers will be sharing the burden and not placing it on all the people who live right nearby. So I guess what I'm urging here is a creative solution. It doesn't look like a good situation. Your options right now are not pleasant. And I don't envy you that decision, but I think maybe some more brainstorming could come up with a better solution that would be more acceptable to all parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay. May I have your name and address, please?
Sure. I'm Geraldine Richards. I am the chief's wife. I have been a member of the department for over 40 years. We have always tried to be good for our community. In fact, we lived right on North Stonington Road. Very much neighbors for quite some time. All three of my children at one time were part of the fire department. In fact, my son Keith is now our assistant chief. I have been a training officer for our department. I'm the medical training officer. I just resigned recently because I'm helping care for my mom. Our fire department has been in existence since 1827. And in that time, we have used proper, and not maybe in the recent months, I mean, in 1800s, we had a horse and wagons and all that. But we've been training on that site for over 40 years that I have been a member. And before me, we have been utilizing that area to train, whether or not we had the burn trailers there or the other trailer, we have used that site for training. Years and years of training. We've always been respectful to the community. That's always been our motto. Okay, we've never, and as far as using toxic things, they have never used the foams that contain the PCPs and all that good stuff. They use wood. I I would also remind people that we have a campground nearby, and the campground smoke I can smell in my house, which is on Lantern Hill Road, and I'm only probably about less than a mile up the road from the current fire station. So there are things within the environment that you can and cannot control. And being part of the community is also accepting everything around you, regardless. I mean, there are some beautiful homes, but there are also some homes in that same area that are beyond or need much repair. So, I mean, I'm with them on some of the things. I have children. I care about them. I'm in the healthcare and I'm in the medical field. I'm a respiratory therapist. So I'm aware of breathing conditions that can affect people. I myself have asthma. And I've been on the scene and I've been there when they've done the training to help out and to make sure that our firefighters are safe. And that's the thing too. We promote safety, and we are not in the business of making it a safe environment for anybody else. And I think we take every effort to make sure that our environment and what we put into the environment is safe. Again, we only use wood products, and I'm sure the chief will address the fact that we don't use anything but wood or hay when we burn. It's not allowed. Again, we take the safety of not only our members, but those around us deep to heart. Appreciate the time, but I'm sure that I hope you can come up with something good. But to eliminate the ability for them to train should not be an option. Should not be an option. Thank you.
Thank you. One more time. Anybody else? Is it anything new? You're going to have to use the microphone, please. And is this new information?
Well, it's about what she said. They were not training at that site, they were training at the oral school. That's where they had to move the containers from.
I've been around since 1976. I'm fully aware of how much training has happened on that site.
Okay. I've been living here 5 years.
Yeah, what's common, it's gone, and it's common, now they're back again.
Okay, but not this kind of training, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Chief, your rebuttal, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the first thing I wanna make clear, very clear, is as I mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of discussion about smoke, etc. The impact of us training on that site as far as smoke goes is very minimal. As I said earlier, 3% of our training during the year, maybe less than 3%, involves live fire burning. So it's not like there was a comment made that we're going to be using it 30 times in a year. Well, we might be using it 30 times in a year, but we're not going to be burning 30 times in a year. As far as NFPA 1402 and 1403 goes, I'm very familiar with those documents. I've been on that committee for the NFPA for 30 years, and I'm the current chair of both of those committees. And I probably had 85% of the 1403 I actually wrote. 1402 and 1403. 1402, it addresses permanent training sites. Both of the trailers we have at Station 1 are considered mobile training sites. They're not considered permanent. They were on trailers, like tractor trailer, truck trailers with wheels underneath them. We chose to take those out from underneath them out of respect for the neighbors on the way it would look with wheels and a trailer underneath it. So we took those out from underneath it to try to make it more acceptable to the neighborhood on how it looks. As far, I get it, I understand. As the comments that were made tonight, I understand. The runoff, all we use is clean wood pallets and straw. The amount of water we use is not a lot of water. When we do live burns, when we did 7 live burns, how much water do you think we use in 7 live burns? Less than 500 gallons. The reason we need a fire hydrant on the scene is to meet the NFPA 1403 standards that says we have to have X amount of water on site in case something goes wrong. As far as foam goes, all of the foams that have the PFAS in it right now are outlawed in the state of Connecticut. We can't use them. We don't use them. The only foam we use on that site is a Class A foam, which both of our engines use, and it's basically dish detergent. It doesn't have any PFAS or anything toxic in it. There's questions about the remains of the burn. Most, if not all, of the burnt wood, etc., stays inside the burn trailer, and then we shovel it out and get rid of it. The Groton site that was talked about, yes, absolutely. I signed a letter back, I forgot when it was, 2017, to get the ball rolling for the departments in Groton to look at the site in Groton. The problem we're having with the site in Groton is we started looking at it in 2017 and it hasn't moved anywhere. It hasn't moved forward. Nothing's happened that we haven't, and the town wants to put so much restrictions on it. They only want you to be able to use it on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If anybody's using the annex, they don't want to use it. So it severely limits the amount of time we have to train our volunteers. And when you have a large volunteer force like most of us have in the town of Stonington and in the town of Groton, you have to be able to basically meet their needs for training. And the site in Groton is just so far away from us. If we had a live burn training at the Groton site, would have to leave at least an engine crew back in Old Mystic in case there's a call. So now those people aren't getting the ability to train as a team with the other people in the department, which is very, very important. And if, say we had a call at Mr. Walsh's house or Mr. Morris's house up on L. Harvey Road, if we have 20 people over in the town of Groton on Groton Long Point Road, it's going to take us 20 minutes to get to L. Harvey Road, where the site at Station 1 is pretty much dead center of our district. With there, we can respond to calls. The site in Groton, even though all the departments in Groton signed letters to support looking towards it, there's a lot of us in the town of Groton that have grave concerns about what we can and can't do at the Groton site and how far out of our districts we're going to be if we're there. It's a perfect site for knowing Groton Long Point, Pequannock Bridge, because it's in Pequannock Bridge's district and it's 1.5 miles out of Noank and Groton Long Point. It's not a good site for the Old Mystic Fire Department to be that far out of our district with 90% of our membership training and we get an emergency back in town. I tried to write down the different questions that were asked. As far as the stairs and the protection, I agreed to secure the technical trailer. We put the ladder lock on the ladder going up at the 30-foot training trailer. It was going to be very, very difficult for us to take the stairs off of that trailer and just put them on the side. And we agreed that we're willing to put, and we're not proposing putting a chain link fence around the entire perimeter of that piece of property, which was stated tonight. What we are looking at is putting a chain link fence around the sides of the stairs going up to the trailer, across the front with a gate we can lock, and then down the other side. There's been no discussion or anybody talking about putting a chain link fence around the entire property. And if we weren't worried about the way it looks for the neighbors, we wouldn't be poo-hooing the fence and looking at the arborvitaes. Like I said, foam's not allowed. The chain link fence isn't going to go around the entire property. If the special use permit gets approved, I'll be on the phone with Luther Fence the next day and we'll get it installed to secure those stairs as soon as we can. Live burns are not 30 times a year, that was as stated. We had one last year and one so far this year. Only one of the burns this year actually put smoke at the level of the houses. The other ones, we were monitoring it very closely that night because we were concerned about it. It was going straight up in the air. We've been using the site since 1961, as the chair said. We've back in the 60s, they used to burn cars there, and as far as actually cars with like seats in them and stuff, we do not use anything but pallets and straw in our live burn bin. It's illegal in 1403 NFPA 1403 to use curtains, tires, furniture, etc. We can't do it. It's against the law. It's very, very important for our members to train on our equipment in our trucks, and to have them as far away as the pumps or the town of Groton's town annex. That's a long way out of our district, a long, long way out of our district. And like I said, the current site is right in the middle of our district. And I mentioned the hydrants to meet NFPA requirements. We don't use PFAS foams. We can't. The town is out. The state's outlawed them. We're waiting for the state to come pump our tanks out on our 2 engines to get rid of it. And we need to train as a team, like I said, to perform our duties. I'm not disputing some of the things that got brought up tonight, but I'm also telling you, I've been the chief for 30 years. My word is good. I've dealt with Marcel. I've dealt with other people, Mr. Peter, etc. If I say I'm going to do something, I do it. I got accused tonight of not securing the technical rescue trailer. If you call the stairs not being secured, okay, I'm guilty. But I secured that top ladder so a kid couldn't get up 30 feet in the air and fall off. That happened the next day. I promised you people that night at the last meeting it would get done. I ordered it by 9:30 the next morning. It wasn't my fault that it took until the next Wednesday to get in. So I feel that we've been very, very good to our neighbors. We're willing to be good to our neighbors. I also don't dismiss one of their concerns. I have people in our department that are very up on bees. They have their own bees, and I don't feel that the amount of smoke that's going to be in that area for the little amount of time we're going to do it is going to affect the 2 beehives and the neighbors. And I look forward to working with the neighbors. I look forward to working with you or whatever to take care of the problem. But it's just very frustrating on our part that we've been using that facility since 1961. We had the burn trailer on it from 2007 to 2012. Not a single complaint from a neighbor about us using the burn trailer there. And now all of a sudden, there's an issue. We're here for the community. Integrity, commitment, and compassion are on all of our trucks. That's how we operate in Old Mystic. That's how I operate as fire chief. And if I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And we're just hoping that we can continue to train our people. We've told you we're willing to repaint them. We're willing to keep paint on that live burn trailer more than we have. The reason it's in the condition it's in right now is it was at the oral school, out of sight, out of mind. You couldn't see it. Of course, if we had it across the street for the last 20 years, we wouldn't let it get to the condition it's in right now. But I also have a responsibility to the taxpayers of the Old Mystic Fire District not to go out and spend $100,000 improving a site and then have this commission tell me I can't have a special use permit, and I have to explain to the taxpayers why I spent $100,000 and now we have to move the trailers also. So I'm sympathetic of the neighbors. I want to be a good neighbor. I feel we've been a good neighbor all along. I can't sit here and tell you that a year from now, 2 years from now, a month from now, somebody might come to me with an area that's got a hydrant, that's got parking, that we can invest money in. But to get what we have right now at 21 North Stonington Road and across from 21 North Stonington Road is going to be a huge investment for the Old Mystic Fire District. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, $500,000, maybe $1 million to get what we got sitting right now somewhere off site that has nothing but maybe a fire hydrant in the street that we pull in. We have to put pads down. We have to put buildings down if we want to get a classroom, if we want to get a kitchen to feed our people, bathrooms, etc. The site we have right now works out very, very well. We're willing to really go the extra mile to make this work, and I just hope that the commission would understand the plight we're in and try to help us out to do what's best for the community.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Pacheco, president of Old Mystic Fire District. Just want to reiterate a couple of things that the chief had mentioned. You know, the chief and the department do an incredible job training, spend a lot of time supporting the community, as well as the surrounding communities of the town of Stonington, bringing them in, helping them train in the event of serious fires and so forth. The impacts of not having a training facility are going to be large, of losing volunteers. If we can't use this site right now, who knows how long it's going to be until we find a facility to utilize. I just hope that the commission keeps that in consideration. We're trying to be good neighbors. I know I love to sit outside in my backyard too during nice weather and so forth. The chief mentioned that they only do the burnings in the fall, winter, and spring. And I think they take a lot of things in consideration when it is time to do a live burn. Whereas, you know, if it is a nice day and people in the springtime could maybe open their windows for the day, they're not going to go and do it. You know, I think they respect the neighbors. And again, they do a great job, and I really hope that you take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff report.
Okay. I mean, I don't really have anything other to report. You know, chief and you know, the designer worked on updating the site plan to incorporate the requested berm, and then provided the two options at, you know, town's request, because the cost impacts, as stated at the previous public workshop or public hearing, could have been great either way. So, you know, providing the commission with both the fence option as well as the arborvitae option, I thought was a good approach in terms of discussing that issue. The relevant safety concerns were addressed by Chief, and he's already made that point. You know, one of the things that Andy asked really early on is, where is this located in the zoning ordinance? And you know, this kind of falls under the municipal facilities and activities category, which, as you can assume, is extremely vague. It's a huge umbrella term. You know, basically what that means is that, you know, municipal activities kind of get a step above in terms of the review capacity. So they're kind of almost allowed in every district, every zoning district just has to go through the review with the commission and have the public hearing process. So, you know, even in residential districts, if there is a facility or municipal facility that would benefit the broader community, those would be permitted, even though this use doesn't necessarily match the standard residential use of that district. So just to kind of point out where it is in the ordinance and how that came to be to fruition. One of the items I mentioned, or I copy and pasted over in the stipulations from the previous one, was in regards to the coastal area management zone. That was stipulation 1, and the one I'm calling out is stipulation 1B. We discussed at the previous workshop that the training facility doesn't actually have to be outside of the coastal area management zone, but one of the things that, you know, we requested from the staff perspective is that line being drawn on the final site plan, as well as updating the location to be that 35 feet. What's currently on the site plan says will be relocated to 35 feet. So once that's finally done, we just need a final plan to file with our office. And then the stipulation regarding the final site plans to be reviewed by the town engineer, that would be both including the berm, and then with what Chuck mentioned earlier regarding potential stormwater runoff, I think the town engineer would look at that as well in relation to the berm. And then the final stipulation that was originally mentioned was an updated impact statement to describe the method of public outreach to abutting property owners ahead of training exercises. Chief briefly mentioned his original presentation regarding reverse 911, both 5 days and 48 hours before. So I think if the commission were to choose to approve this, that updated impact statement should have a more detailed list of how that public outreach will be conducted. That way, again, we have something on file, but also the residents have something that they know should be coming down the pipeline to them. But other than that, I had no real additional comments.
Thank you, Clifton. Does the commission have questions for the Old Mystic Fire Department?
There we go. Yes. So I do have a question that I feel like is kind of, I don't know how I don't know the answer to it already after we've been talking for this long. But where is the nearest comparable facility? I know somebody said Windsor Locks, but then I heard Rhode Island. But it's farther away than 20 miles, can we say?
The closest facility that we have to do what we do is either Eastern Connecticut Fire School, which is in South Windham, Connecticut, and then I don't even know what the one they're talking about in Rhode Island. South Kingston, Rhode Island.
Okay.
And then and the three closest is Windham, Connecticut, Eastern Connecticut Fire School, North Kingston, Rhode Island, and New Haven, Connecticut.
So I guess my question is just what do all of the other departments that don't have these do?
They either ask us to provide their training, their annual training. When I say we train other departments, we're not training other departments 2, 3, 4 times a week.
Sure.
We're training other departments, once or twice a year for everybody, so it's not even always that much. And to be perfectly upfront and honest with you, which I told you I am, a lot of departments just don't meet the requirements they're supposed to meet.
Okay. So I just asked this question because it feels like it really underpins the sense of urgency that there's got to be something now, and it would be better to have something now. I'm with you on that. But it's also a situation that a lot of towns have to live with. I don't know. That's my question and my observation.
And it's a good observation. And I'd like to go on record as saying, as one of the reasons we have one of the largest volunteer forces and one of the best trained volunteer forces, and we go mutual aid to a lot of other departments, is because of that. And a lot of other departments come to us and ask for training because of that. And the reason we have that reputation and the expertise and the ability to do all this extra technical rescue, fast training and everything is because of the training we have. And I can't underscore how important that training is for us to maintain that level that we have.
Yep.
Sir, one thing to add with that, and there were some questions about us going from there to oral school. We never stopped training across the street. We did move those trailers. New London County is the only county in the state of Connecticut that does not have a fire school. Mystic Fire Department and us both had trailers like this. Mystics is out of service. The next closest option that I was asked to look into is for me to contract one of the state fire academies, the closest one being 45 minutes, which is quite a bit slower driving a fire truck, and I have to bring the required equipment and instructors with me, and I'm contractually obligated to keep a minimum number of people in the fire district, which means I would have to do at least 2 training sessions, asking other fire departments to cover for us, pay the overtime for the trainings for the career staff, as well as ask volunteers and career staff to either do one or the other sessions, either covering the station or going to the training. So I do agree, somebody said it's a state issue as well. that
Yeah,
there's no
I fully
nothing for us to
agree that
use.
it is a state issue. I think it's kind of bizarre that it's come down to us at Stonington's planning and zoning meeting to work out, like, why is it so hard to train firefighters? We shouldn't be here.
You could be the leader.
Huh?
You could be the lead. No. You could be the leader.
Well, I do think, could you give us suggestions for, barring this special permit, what are ways that Stonington could help make training easier? I'm not trying to, I'm not even going to get to vote, so don't worry about impressing me, but.
Well, I'm not going to try to impress you.
Yeah.
I just tell the truth. It's a difficult question to ask. I mean, we've got the best of both worlds, what we have right now. We have 2 very good training trailers that we got through federal grants. We have a very highly respected training program in Olmsted, and we're very fortunate enough to have the ability to help other departments in both Groton and Stonington to stay up on what they need to stay up. It's a great question. The oral school was a perfect site for us. It really was. When we first got it, we kept the burn trailer down where it is now for about 3 years before we moved it up there. We had to fill it in. When we got the oral site, it was a mess. We had a construction site right down the street. We were just lucky enough, the people doing the construction site came to me and said, hey, look, we got about 500, 600 yards of fill. We can't haul all the way back to Westerly, Rhode Island. Can we dump it up at that site? So we filled in a huge area to put these trailers on for free through the site. I was well on my way, us, not me, all of us were well on our way to get a $3.5 million grant to make a regional training academy up at Oral School. And that basically was said and done off the table as soon as the state decided they were going to sell the remaining 80 acres up there. And somebody from the town of Groton said, I don't think it's a good idea to have a training academy right there when you're going to put in 900 plus luxury apartments right next door. So, I mean, and we got the shaft, to be honest with you.
So can I ask you a question? The town of Groton uses your training facility.
Sometimes.
And
not the town of Groton. Every now and then, Mystic covers both Stonington and Groton. They come up.
Okay, but
occasionally we have Center Groton, but
okay,
that's
so
about
what
it.
I'm hearing is all the local fire departments, you've got 2 others in the town of Stonington, they're all training at your facility. Is that correct?
Sometimes, not all the time. They train at their own firehouses too.
Okay,
They just
but
come.
I'm talking about the type of training that involves the trailer, the focus of the permit, the trailers. Though that type of training, the 2 other fire departments in Stonington go to you for.
They have in the past, yes. The only technical training trailer and the only live burn trailer in the area is sitting at 21 North Stonington Road in Old Mystic.
But okay, so what I'm trying to get at is why aren't all these other fire departments here tonight to support you? If you,
I didn't reach out to them. I didn't reach out to the other fire departments. This is it, when we first started this back in January. To be perfectly honest with you, I thought this was just a matter of some paperwork,
right?
And it was going to be all done. And it's turned into far more than just a couple pieces of paperwork.
These things tend to do that. Okay, I guess. I'm just trying to truly understand and just focus on the trailers. This discussion has nothing to do with your classroom training. This discussion has nothing to do with whatever else you do in that parking lot. It's about the trailers. That's what this is about. That's what you're asking for the permit for, the trailers, not whatever you do in the firehouse and your classroom training that you do on a weekly basis for your department and perhaps for others. So you know, I'm trying to understand when you say that other groups come to you and you cannot have your fire department go to other places, they handle it somehow. They go someplace because there's only Windsor and Rhode Island. What are they doing and why is it that your department doesn't feel that you can do that as well? That's what I'm trying to understand. Or are you saying, no, everybody comes to you? And if that's the case, then every department should be here with you tonight.
Yeah, when we have other departments there, we don't have the entire department there. They come over with a handful of their people. So they're not training the entire department like we're training our entire department in Old Mystic.
They can't leave their departments
Right.
depleted either.
Yeah, they can't leave their departments depleted.
Right.
I mean, we're being good neighbors and helping them out the best we can. I mean, it's not like a fire department, any fire department, pick any fire department ABC, has 30 volunteers and they come over with 30 volunteers. No, they come over with like 10.
Okay. And then the next
Chief.
year they come with another 10. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Chief, in your search of other properties at other sites, did you talk to the state at all about surplus property?
The only state surplus property we had in our district was the oral school, and that's why we signed a long-term $1 a year lease with them way back when.
Did you talk to the National Guard at all about the training site at Stone's Ranch?
In East Lyme?
East Lyme?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even consider traveling to East Lyme.
It's like 25 minutes away.
But I still can't take all my people there. If I have my people...
So 25 minutes away is too far?
Yes. I mean, if I have 90% of my people 20 minutes away and Mr. Walsh's cattle barn catches on fire, now by the time I clean up, get my truck back in service and get back to his barn, I'm talking over 30 minutes to get back.
Stone's Ranch has all kinds of facilities just like this. It's not ideally suited to what you do. They teach escape and evasion and all kinds of similar subjects with Connex boxes modified for all kinds of specialized training. There's all kinds of property there. There's public water supply there. I'm sure that if there's a regional need for this and we engage our state representatives, that the use of that large facility could conceivably be a site if 25 minutes away isn't too far away.
But you wouldn't be sending your whole department at one time. You'd just like, Chief?
This sort of feeds on what the gentleman said that raised the comment that maybe before we discard the fact that this is the only site in the world that can serve this need, we ought to perhaps do some lateral thinking on maybe if there are some other sites, some other state properties, some other training facilities like Stone's Ranch that has abundant property available that where they do just this kind of thing, and there's enough of a buffer around it where it isn't impacting people on a regular basis. Now, I'm not trying to tell you Stone's Ranch is the answer. I use it as an example of a site we really didn't look at, and maybe there's others.
Well, and I'm not saying that you're not correct. Stone's Ranch would be a site that would be fine for like a regional fire school where we could send, say, 3 of our members to a firefighter 1 program for like a 6-week period, or 5 of our members to a fire officer 1 program for an 8-week period. The Old Mystic Fire Department trains every single week. Every Monday night and every Tuesday morning we train. That facility or any other regional school is not available to us 2 days a week to train as being right in our district like we are now. We're averaging anywhere from 15 to 25 volunteers every Monday night training in Old Mystic. Last Monday night we have a house on El Harvey Road where a gentleman's going to be tearing it down and building a new house, and he asked us if we wanted the house for training. We had 20 people there that night. So I mean, we train twice a week, if not more than twice a week, but as a group twice a week. Monday night takes care of our first shifters, second shifters.
Right.
Tuesday morning is for our third shifters or second shifters, second shifters that couldn't be there Monday night. So what you're saying is a correct statement. Stones Ranch would be fine for a regional school, but it isn't ideal for any fire department to send 20 members, one, on a Monday night and then 10 on a Tuesday morning for training.
Fair enough, fair enough.
No,
I just,
you have
I
a
raise it
fair-
as a possibility, and I don't know, quite frankly, I worked for the state in a senior capacity, and I got access one time to the state surplus property list. I could not believe how much surplus property the state has and where it's located. And if you're telling me you looked at it, then you looked at it. And
Well, I didn't look, I just looked what was in our fire district. I didn't, and that's what we're talking about here is a training facility in a close enough proximity to our fire district where we can train the majority of our people on a regular basis and still provide a reasonable response for an emergency.
it might be worth talking to OPM. And Pat O'Brien and OPM has the surplus state property list. I can put you in touch with them. And those guys can do a sort real easy. And there may be other resources. And he has access to everything. So I'll give you a ring, and maybe we can do a little bit more of an exhaustive search and bring some of those players into the mix to see if there's another possibility.
Ryan.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chuck.
You're welcome.
Ryan, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
I have a bunch of questions. We're waiting. Would you consider just eliminating your live burns? Just, let's take that right off the table. You can do all the other training and just sacrifice the live burns. You say you're only doing it 3% of the time. You say you're whittling it down to once in 6 months this year and once in 6 months last year. What's the big whoop if we say no more live burns?
Well, we're required to do an annual live burn to meet our OSHA requirements.
Well, could you send?
We'd have to split the crew up. We'd have to send some to like Willimantic and then some the next time.
Yeah, but those must be offered at staggered times around the year, so you're not losing your whole company.
Correct.
One night or.
Correct.
Yeah. So I understand it'd be an inconvenience, but I'm just trying to.
No, I understand and I appreciate it.
Trying to work with you and the community.
I agree.
Because my other question is, if you do go ahead with live burns, we can stipulate the timing of those. And how would you feel if we were to say you can only do live burns November, December, January, February? Now, cutting out.
We don't have a problem with that.
You don't?
Nope.
4 months a year.
Nope, we don't have a problem with that.
And if we said you couldn't do more than one a month, so you could only do 4 burns,
We'll take that all day.
you take that all day?
We'll take that all day.
So 1 burn a month for 4 months, December, January, February, March.
Now,
Okay.
now
They only do it once a year. So why would you say
It gives
4
us-
months, once a
Well, I
month
said
for
1
4
a
months?
It gives us options.
Right, 4,
4 times a year.
they only do it once a year now.
No, they've done it once in the past 6 months, and I understand once in the last 6 months. So they've done
They
it.
said they did it once in 2022, and they did their one
How many
in the
times
first
live
month
burns
of
have you
this
done in
year.
the past 3 years?
We don't have that in front of us. Now,
How about
now, I'm sorry, ma'am, I forgot your first name.
Lynn,
Lynn?
yes.
Lynn, we've done 1 live burn last year and 1 live burn this far, okay? Now, with that said, right now, one of the hardest parts to maintaining a volunteer department is sending them away for training. Right now, we're in the process of finalizing an agreement to have a firefighter 1. That's the minimum certification for a volunteer. We're in the process of finalizing an agreement to have a firefighter 1 program actually taught at Old Mystic. So that 1 live burn a year might turn into 3 that year because of that firefighter 1 program. That's why I told you 4 to 6. I gave myself some wiggle room. I didn't want to get tied down to strictly 1 or 2, but if you want to give us those months with say 4, we can work around that.
And when
That's a fair compromise.
when you use Station 1 as your, how many apparatus are at Station 1 when you're in the middle of a training?
We have our engine, our heavy rescue, and our tower ladder from headquarters, which is parked in the parking lot. And then we have our engine, our brush truck, and our reserve engine parked inside the firehouse across the street.
Across the street?
Yeah, where the firehouse is, across the street from where the training trailers are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they just stay parked in there. So an engine, a rescue, and a tower ladder most of the time. Same for when we have our monthly meeting. Our monthly meeting's on the second Monday. The volunteers meet at headquarters. They get on the rigs, so we have the rigs there. They drive them down and park them in the parking lot across from the firehouse and then go to the meeting in the firehouse.
And you said the trailers were on site from 2007 to 2012, and you had no complaints. Best guess.
None came to me.
Correct. No complaints, right?
Correct. And we burnt a lot more than once a year back then.
Well, that's what my next question is. To the best of your memory, how many burns do you think you compiled in those 5 years? 1 a year? 10 a year?
Without giving, I don't have the exact figures in front of me.
Well, the best of your
but
knowledge.
I did the OSHA compliance burns for every fire department in the town of Groton, including, except for Pequannock Bridge, and that included easily 20 different burns. And we've kicked it down significantly. And actually, the burn in March was supposed to be done in January, and because of the state making us move, it got kicked out. So that burn was going to happen within the requirements you asked. But when we first had that trailer, we were burning in it significantly more than we are now. Now we're trying to do the minimum we can to meet our standards without upsetting the neighbors.
And so if we were to say no burns whatsoever, would that inhibit your getting that OSHA 1 training at your facility?
It would put a severe cramp on us.
But the local fire departments from the Pawcatuck River to the Mystic River would still be able to get their live burn training somewhere else in the state of Connecticut.
They have to contract somewhere. If they can get something that would work with that schedule, they would have to contract, and they would have to get fire trucks and drivers from departments to support that burn.
And you had to bring your own equipment there.
They have to drive their own truck there, they have to bring their people there. Yeah, they don't provide the apparatus. If you contract Eastern Connecticut Fire School, you have to bring your own apparatus up, your own air packs, et cetera, et cetera.
Why do you need all right, to hold all your equipment is why you need the truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And you want to train on the equipment you're using every single day, not someone else's.
Questions?
This is Ryan. If I have a question, I might be going down a bit of a rabbit hole, but bear with me for a moment. You mentioned earlier that the trailers were originally on wheels. Is that correct? Sure. You mentioned earlier that the trailers were on wheels, correct? So you could move them pretty much at will if you needed to?
When they're on wheels.
That's my point. If they were back on wheels, would you be able to move them off that site, park them somewhere so it's not kind of sitting right in the middle of the field where you have that, sort of visual impact? You could move them off the field and move them back on when you need it for the, the limited day or two or whatever. I'm just trying to throw out an option here that might even lessen the impact to the community further and the neighbors. And I don't know if it's a viable option. I don't know if it's something you thought of, but
The quick answer is no.
Okay.
Because even though they were on trailers, we still had to put the stairwells in the balconies and stuff. We had to bolt them on. So yes, they could be moved, but you'd have to take the stairs off, the balcony off and everything before you hook the truck up to move it.
Okay.
And to help the aesthetics of the neighborhood, when we had them brought to Station 1, the 2 trailers they were on, we no longer have. We gave them to the people that moved them as part of the deal.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify,
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was Barnes. Yeah, I'm sorry. My training officer just told me something. When we first moved him down there, the predecessor told us to take him off the trailer. When he walked the site with us, the town planner asked us to take him off the trailers. I'm sorry, that just slipped my mind.
just one question getting on to what Ben was contemplating. Whether you have live burns or not, you still would keep the trailers for your other training, right? Right. And the trailers are basically what the neighbors are saying they don't want there. So limiting the number of live burns does not eliminate the issues that the residents are having. Okay.
It eliminates some. A lot.
Clifton, if. Sure. Can you use the microphone up here at the podium, please? Yes, I need to have you have a mic, please. I need your name and your address. Thank you.
For context, my name's Jonathan Fontanella, and that land used to belong to me before it belonged to the fire department. It was the Fontanella's land. Anyway, my question is just a general comment. I mean, a denial tonight is not a no forever. And I'm not sure if everybody gets that. I mean, unless I'm incorrect. So if we have something where we can reapply with an application that's more complete, where the feasible and prudent alternatives have been laid out and all the diligence has been done, that can still happen. Am I right? Okay.
Right away. But a denial of the applicant has to demonstrate there's a different application and has to make a substantive change in it. I don't know how you do that with this application, so you have to wait at least a year.
Clifton, my question is, if we close tonight, we still have time to decide.
No.
We have to decide tonight as well. I was hoping we had some time to decide.
Well, what if the applicant grants an extension?
That extension was already granted.
One. My computer died, so I couldn't look up your timetable.
Let me see.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if one was granted before or not.
Well, no, what I was musing.
Only June 6th was the only time this was brought up at the June 6th
That's correct.
meeting.
Yeah. It's the only one.
Okay. So then no.
No, what I was thinking is closing the meeting tonight, decide at another meeting. I'm getting kind of punchy to make a decision this evening, but.
I've heard a lot of different information.
Or we ask for an extension. On both sides. Or we ask the applicant for one more extension, if that's permissible.
Can the applicant grant another extension? That would be the best. That would be the best. And then it gives us an option to consider some of the things that have been suggested, like the architectural review.
The applicant you have 35 days to close the public hearing. You have 35 days to close the public hearing from when it started. And so the public hearing has to be closed tonight. The decision can be extended.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
That means no more new information
Correct.
can be presented.
Correct.
It just means that we can deliberate amongst ourselves as the voting members of the commission and come to a decision.
But the decision has to be made on everything that was conducted tonight and the meeting before. Nothing else.
No new
Correct.
information.
Okay, so we have to close the public hearing tonight.
Apparently.
So you need a motion for that, correct?
Is there any further discussion we'd like to ask the fire department? Or?
Can you withdraw your application? not without an approval or disapproval, and then come back? Is that acceptable within the year?
There's no restriction on withdrawals, and you can withdraw at any time.
Yep.
To that point, if they did withdraw it voluntarily, would we want to set a time period to say come back? Because my point is I don't want to have a year open where we're kind of still in the limbo, right?
Well, no, I mean, the Riverhead Supply withdrew their application.
Yeah,
They just
if
pulled
they
the
would
plug.
withdrew their application and have to go back through the same process, in which case there would be another public hearing for the special use permit at that time. So if it was withdrawn, the entire process would restart.
And you could not go off of any information that was in the original application or the comments from the public. It's like a complete restart.
Exactly, it would be a clean slate.
I gotta say, do we want to do that and do a complete restart, or are we looking for additional time for us to consider what we've heard?
That's the only way to, and
I know, that's
perhaps
why I'm
perhaps bring more information to the table, like, the extra land that the state has available. I don't know what that's called, but, all those things. We wouldn't be able to consider that in our discussion because we don't know.
And again, I'm gonna kind of play a little devil's advocate here, and I don't want the time to kind of keep going on and where you still have the community concerns, you still have their concerns where they can't fully operate. So, we're kind of leaving it in a bit of a limbo, which I can understand because we do need more information, I feel, but I don't want it to kind of keep rolling down the road at the same time, time-wise, with the concerns that were voiced tonight.
Well, on the other end is denial without prejudice. Is that right? So they could reapply in a similar fashion?
That's correct. Denial without prejudice allows them to come back with another application, and they don't have to wait a year. And the application can be similar, it can be modified, but that the stipulation of denial without prejudice, it drops that 1 year stipulation.
Mr. Chair, the option that you presented about only burning in December, January, February, whatever it was, November, is that acceptable to the community?
I don't know the answer to that.
Can we ask?
There's one representative of the community that would try to speak for the community. I'm just about ready to.
Commissioner
My recommendation would be that we close the public hearing and we take it up in regular session, and whatever we decide to do, we do in the regular session that's scheduled at the next meeting. It gives us a chance to really think about what was said here tonight and, I think make a more sound decision. I don't feel comfortable making a decision tonight either way.
I agree.
I just want to say that I also don't think this is an application that the commission should be trying to negotiate on the fly.
No, I agree. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. And I understand that this is mandatory training for, emergency responders. Everybody wants a fully trained fire department when they need one. And you need a fully trained fire department when you need one. So this is an essential service. So you just can't say without, I think making a sound decision or giving some sound direction. No, it's got to be, we've got to think through this, and I just haven't thought through it fully, and can't, based on everything I've heard tonight, and make a sound decision. I can't. Now that doesn't.
Do I hear a motion then?
That doesn't really
Make a motion to close the public hearing. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Can I ask one more question? Because I get shut out after we close the public
One
hearing.
more question.
All right.
I turn into a pumpkin at midnight.
So just reading the description of the public hearing, special use permit application for on-site placement of 2 mobile training trailers to facilitate training for firefighters. Could we consider just the placement of the trailers and have the use be a separate thing? Can we approve of placement or disapprove or whatever? And then in that decision, make, I don't know if stipulation is the right limitation that requires further review over the burning in the trailers?
Well, we're just about to do that.
Sorry, everyone's tired.
No, I think we should close the hearing and then move on to the decision-making at another time where we can discuss. But no more new information. This is, you know, what you've heard, what we've got in front of us and submitted by the public is a body of evidence.
Commissioner, what will we be allowed to use? What can we do at that facility in the meantime?
In the meantime,
Yes.
I am not sure. I defer to the town planner.
You'd be able to do everything that, everything except use those trailers. So whatever was the previous use, so all of the on-site stuff with the car trainings, anything but using those trailers themselves would be permitted on-site.
Okay, so car extrication and the gas
Yeah,
props.
all of that would be on-site because that's all deemed temporary uses because they come and go. But the fact that the trailers are down flat on the ground, that's what triggers the special use permit. And so anything related to those trailers cannot be done until this is resolved.
Understood. Thank you. Yep. No, just one note, you mentioned about burning November, December, January, February. The department's gonna work with you. If you break it down to 2 times, they'd still like to use it. It's no different than someone burning a chimney, wood stove during the wintertime. It simply is not. And it's just for a couple of hours. I like it, please take that in consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to close this?
Make a
public-
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chuck.
Seconded.
Second by Ryan. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is closed.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting, or second?
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Chuck. Any further discussion? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody.